Or ration even. Well, I'm not getting any drop frames now. Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but it seems stable right now. So maybe refresh or something. Medicine. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is Snake Tail with Campbell and Merrill and MGS1 stuff. So we have the MGS1 snake suit. These guys jamming together. Fuck, I don't have the M9, that's right.
Oh. What's that? Freeze.
Hey, and Fraxo, thanks for the 76 months. They're OHN jamming. We also got a couple resubs as well during the downtime. Bane Rain with the 61 months, and Dara226 with the 71. Hopefully you guys are still there. Thank you. Oh shit, didn't hear that. Nice. Time to take the medicine. What's up? Look at him. You only see this on lower difficulties usually. And it's one guy, I think, like on easy or very easy.
Freeze. Huh?
Sorry, guys. What's with all the porn here? Nice. Oh, they still have Ray. It's a little Let's hide that, because that's not supposed to be there. It's not really Ray that's in here. Mario Verde, thank you for the 29 months. Oh, what the fuck? There's the AK in here? Nice. Snake with an AK. Nice. Does that mean we can fucking blast Meryl with the AK? Amazing. Ice cubes? Ice cubes. Yeah, I can confirm the ice cubes are melting. The ones on the floor too. Well, supposedly the lore is that this door is crazy. The door cannot handle Snake's dick pointing at it. Where was it? Was it in a novel or something? Damn. I hope Bad Humans is still around, especially after he donated for killing Meryl. But I don't remember where. It might have been some wiki, might have been the novels, might have been some article or some interview or something. But supposedly the lore goes that Snake takes off the pads and the thermal like insulation from his old MGS1 suit, and that's what the MGS2 suit is supposed to be. But I really don't remember where I read that, and it might be bullshit. Especially if you look at this model. Oh, is it in the game plan? Okay, okay. So supposedly like the pads on his knees and elbows and the central like chest piece, that's like the insulated part of it. He needed that in Alaska, but you don't need it in Manhattan, I guess. So it's supposed to be the same suit minus the thermal insulation and pads on it. So that kind of makes sense if it looks similar right now. Although, I don't know. But yeah, there's something about it out there somewhere. Might be in the game plan. Yeah, that sounds about right. The MGS1-2 suit is the MGS1 suit with less shit. That's why he has magazines dangling off his vest and not a belt. Right. as bad humans scientifically put it, it's the MGS1 suit with less shit, which is an accurate scientific term for it. Less shit. But yeah, I thought I made a lot of sense because like you don't need a thermal insulation, I guess, here. Yeah, cool. I just really wish they gave me the Mark 23, you know, since you're going full MGS1. I guess there's the AK, but whatever. Oh, hello.
Freeze.
That snake cannot punch people in the head with a rifle. That's bullshit. That's such bullshit.
Freeze.
Yeah, that snake could not knock people out in one hit with a rifle, because he was never supposed to have a rifle. Only Raiden can do that. Oh boy. Oh shit, there's another guy here.
Enemy sight.
They're gonna find old
Personnel on board.
dead and stunned guy.
Maximum alert.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
Ah, fuck it. Easier to deal with in this. Ooh, M4 ammo, so the M4 is here somewhere too. Way easier to deal with in this area. Come on. Oh fuck, your body armor. Whoa. This is kind of problematic. Hey, look at the spawn. Damn it. I almost had them. What a fucking disaster. What did I say about it being easier to deal with? There's some porn over there, dude. Kinda worked. What a fucking mess. Oh shit, the camera is not here, but there's 2 cameras over there. Nice. 3 even. Oh boy. Those guys are gonna wake up soon. Thermal goggles. Maybe a ration? Nope. Oh god. Nope.
Secure.
I don't think they look up porn during invasions, that's why. Damn, they still send more people even though it's a smaller area. Because usually, like in the main game, there's only 1 support guy in that area. Oh, this is coordinated trolling here. Lasers, lasers. Oh, I should have just crawled under the lasers, actually. Yeah, fuck it, let's do that. Except this guy is gonna wake up. Refresh the dick punch. Hopefully the lasers are the same and we can still crawl under it. Let's see. Okay. There's probably a ration in here, though. Ooh, hello.
Who's there?
Shit.
Enemy sight. Requesting backup.
Nope. I love it when they get that long message to call for an alert, because it gives you time. Oh, fuck. Why is there M4 ammo? It's fucking nothing here. Nothing. Ammo. That was not worth it. I thought it'd be a ration at least. What is the camera looking at?
Requesting backup unit.
That camera is... what? What the fuck? Ah, fuck it. Where is the M4?
Enemy personnel on board. All units maximum alert.
Send the replacement guard for the area.
Fuck, I just leave. We have enough shit to kill Meryl with anyway. Oh my god, an actual cutscene with Meryl! Ah, look at that Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle in MGS2. Crazy. Meryl, lower her gun. What are you doing here? I just wanted to see you, answered Snake. You think you're funny? Actually, I was only half joking. My uncle sent you, didn't he? Snake nodded. He explained that Campbell had gotten word of Gorlukovich's attack. We got a lot of nerve coming here, Meryl snapped. Look who's talking. Snake shot back. What? Sneaking into another country under the guise of a military operation when all you're really after is the Metal Gear. Who's got a lot of nerve coming here? His voice took a condemnatory tone. Is this that something important that you had to take care of? You wouldn't understand, Meryl turned away. Someone like you who could happily spend the rest of his life taking care of his sled dogs day after day could never understand. Meryl, that was the whole fucking point of MGS1. But okay. I was only trying to live my life free of hatred. No, you just didn't want to face up to reality, that's all. Society, your past, even me. Is that why you left? No, that's not it. But the look in Meryl's eyes told Snake that it might well have been. A deep silence fell between them. 6 months of separation had created a cold, empty gap that was difficult to fill. At last, Meryl broke the silence. My father, he died here, in this country, she murmured. Matt Campbell, Meryl's father and Campbell's younger brother, that he cocked, had been the agent. Snake had heard that he disappeared during a mission when Meryl was very young. I wanted to see for myself what my father saw. Meryl's eyes drifted over to the window, but the only sight was that of the storm raging outside. She suddenly turned back to Snake and held him firmly in her gaze. Snake, please just get out of here. This is my battlefield. I don't need anyone from the outside to get involved in this. It's a little too late for that. I'm already involved. Nothing can change your mind. Nothing, said Snake firmly. Meryl sighed in exasperation. Snake pretended not to notice. Now tell me what our situation is. This mission was supposed to be top secret, right? So how did Gorlukovich find out about it? That's what I'd like to know too. You think there's been a leak? I doubt it. But seeing as you know all about it, then I suppose anyone might know about it. Snake thought for a minute. Meryl was right. Anyone might know, but whatever the case might be, I feel like that comma shouldn't be there. But whatever the case might be, they had to stop Gorlukovich from getting his hands on Metal Gear. Where's the Metal Gear? In the cargo hold. Alright, I'll go check it out. Meryl cut him off. I'm not about to take orders from you. We'll split up and go our separate ways. If you're planning on heading for the cargo hold, then you'll need me to do something about the boxes that are blocking the first deck stairway. Oh, wow, that's kind of lame, but okay. MGS1 style, but autocon the boxes. Before Snake could stop her, Meryl had left the bridge. So we're not fighting yet? If I go out here, no, we can't go out here, huh? Yeah, there was like an extra comma there. As this is written by the Twin Snakes people, God no. Wait, so we'll have to come back here because we had to fight her outside here. This is the PS3 version, but the PC version also based on Substance, so it should have snake tails. These guys are back. I'll just leave them alone. Wait, so they had stairs blocking the what now? Below, oh, I guess where the engine room is. Meryl has left to pursue action of her own. I cannot let Glukovich take Metal Gear. According to Meryl, Metal Gear is in the hold. Nice. Is it on GOG though? Because didn't they remove all the freaking digital versions? I know there's talk about bringing them back, but I don't think it's there as of right now. Unless they were really quick about it, which I doubt, knowing Konami, but whatever. Oh shit. Why are you here? Aha, that's where the M4 is. Well, good thing we found the M4. Finally, the long-awaited tanker trailers that we were promised. I should have just... Nope. Okay, never mind. Oh, come on. Let's reload your one round. Ah, damn it. They just keep coming forever, it's not worth it. Fuck. Oh shit. That was really a waste. Yeah, can we like talk about it? Ah, fuck. He's grenading my ass now. I wonder if they find me up here. Ooh, the blood. Oh, holy shit. That works. That's amazing. Return to your positions. They don't look up, I guess.
Freeze.
Wasted all my ammo. That was fun though. I don't really like going like, oh, just kill me, whatever. Yeah, I want to deal with the alerts.
Freeze.
It's gonna be a difficult dick punch. Ah, fuck it. Is that ammo? I saw something. Something was moving. Maybe not. Oh shit.
Freeze.
He's still in this area.
Understood. All units exercise extreme caution.
wonder if it ruined anything here. Raven's still here. Dazzling NVGs. Interesting. NVGs on the tanker. That's Sneak. Ah, that's really weird. Oh, what the fuck, dude? What is going on with the shadows? It's almost as if you weren't supposed to have the MVGs here when they made this. No body here? Okay. Something really fucky is going on here. MVGs in the tanker. Oh fuck. Hello.
Encountered the enemy requesting backup.
Get away with nope. Okay. Oh, that's a clearing now? Yeah, except I bled all over the place, so they're gonna come here for sure. Oh, great. So... just regen a little bit. Or not. High frames, high frames! Oh fuck, I picked the wrong side to do this. I was hoping it would hit him. Ah, fuck, I slid over the railing instead of hanging. Maybe you shouldn't have just rushed there. Who was he? Oh, probably PSG1, yep. Oh fuck, there's two of them. This is bad. Come on. Oh fuck. Yeah, no, we're fucked. I had to try it. Damn. Oh, fuck, man. That was kind of fun, though. I got too distracted by the MVGs, I guess. That guy here really screwed me over. Oh, this guy's doing the same thing. Kind of. Oh, that guy heard it. Okay. Well, there's lots of VR missions for the PSG1 here. That's not too weird. But the MVGs is really weird to have in the tanker. And 9 ammo. Okay, we don't have that. Oh, he noticed. Nice. Oh, fuck. Really? Oh, he's dead. And I didn't hear that, so that's okay. Might as well. Nothing here, really? Oh, those guys are coming from there. He seems to have rolled down some stairs. So that was useful, actually. Anything down here? Ooh, was that the M9? Okay, cool. Now we should go get the ammo for it. This is one of those snake tails where you can get it before. Oh, okay. It's not like I could have picked up the ammo before anyway. The M9 is just so useful even during alerts, because if you don't kill them, then they can't respawn. If you just put people to sleep during alerts, they'll just stop coming. Unless it's like a special alert where you have to eliminate a certain amount of people. Then they just disappear when they're asleep. I wonder if this door works. Nope. So, PSG-1T. Don't have too many long weapons left. Yep. Oh, that's right. We had to make our way back later, huh? Starting to remember a little bit more. Okay. There's only what? A few of these. Oh. I like how they're in different locations. Wait, how the fuck are you supposed to... Hold on. It's over there because there's a green light, but... Whoa. We don't have the binoculars, really? Well, we had the PSG-1, I guess. So there's that, with a lot of ammo too. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit. Okay, so there's one here. That's really smart. They changed it. And then... Where the fuck? I can see the light for... I keep looking for the binoculars that I don't have. How the dog shit are you supposed to get that one? If that's even what it is. I can't even see it, but I know that that's what the green light is. Is it diabolical? Nice. Wait, now that we destroyed this one though, it means we can get closer, so that's how you do it. Probably. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, you have to destroy them and get closer as you do. Nice, that's smart. Yep. Oh, it's sideways. That is amazing. It's sideways so that you can't really see it from behind there. Nice. Here and here with the 90 months. Thank you. That was pretty smart. You have to keep moving as you destroy them. Anything in here? Probably not. Ooh. Oh, nice. I don't know if we really need that with the M9. And it is more satisfying to fire without a suppressor. There's probably another guard rush ahead. Better be. There's nobody here, really? Nobody. Sneaking a cake with the 84 years. Thank you. MGS2 is your favorite of the series? User or Gentleman and the Scholar? You don't see that too often. Even the guard rush with assault rifles kind of feels wrong though. There's all this ammo. Nice. I wonder if... Nope. Okay, just wasted it. Doesn't respawn. Battle Resonium with the 19. butts. That almost feels wrong. I feel like it might even be more difficult with a rifle, because you need more room to maneuver. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Now, if MGS3 is your favorite, you're just, you know, another speck of dust in the crowd. You're not a gentleman and a scholar. In the pitch darkness of the corridor, something moved in front of Snake's line of vision. Reacting quickly, Snake dove into the shadow of a nearby crate. There was a flash of light. Snake heard a sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past his head, igniting sparks as it ricocheted off the wall behind him. It was a trap. Not time to think about the particulars, though. There were at least 5 enemy soldiers up against him. He could hear the sound of guns being readied. Snake drew his USP. Okay, so I guess the canon way to do this is with the USB. Already there. Just a good old guard rush, yeah. Seems the same. Whoa! Ammo. Fuck it, aiming is for suckers. Oh shit, they don't have respawning ammo. That's okay though, we probably don't need ammo now. Snake peered down the corridor. No hail of bullets came to greet him this time. The coast was clear. He pressed forward, past the bodies of the fallen enemy soldiers, and entered the cargo hold. The cargo hold was dominated by... Dominated? What a term. Dominated by a massive shape covered by a tarp. There was no mistaking it. It was a Metal Gear, the ultimate weapon of the 21st century. Sensing the place to be deserted, Snake approached the Metal Gear. Its immense shadow loomed over him. He peeked under the tarp, but what he found was nothing more than a decrepit shell. The armor plating was speckled with rust. The body was covered with a thick layer of dust. The old, badly outdated actuator was a crisscross roadmap of tiny cracks. It looked as if it hadn't been used in over 10 years. Do not look so disgusted, a voice suddenly sounded behind Snake's back. What you see before you is a magnificent legacy of hatred left to me by my distinguished predecessor. You really should treat it with more respect. Snake turned around in time to see Sergei Gorlukovich emerge from the shadow of a pillar. Drop your weapon, said Gorlukovich. Make me, Snake retorted. Gorlukovich dragged another figure out from behind the pillar. It was Meryl. He drew her closer and jabbed his gun against her throat. Snake watched as the barrel slowly traced the contours of her slender, white neck. What the fuck is softcore porn again? The barrel slowly traced the contours of her slender, white neck and brushed gently against the corner of her mouth. Fucking Fukushima, dude. Writing. It's him. He's just as horny as Kojima. Her slender, white neck gently against the corner of her mouth. He threw down his gun. A wise choice, said Gorlukovich. Alright, Gorlukovich, let her go. Meryl shook off Gorlukovich's grasp. Gorlukovich pointed his gun at Snake. He regarded Meryl with a leer. Suddenly, Snake realized what was going on. Meryl was working with Gorlukovich, meaning... So, you were the leak? Meryl was silent, confirming Snake's fears. But why? What if I told you that it was my father's dying wish? Meryl looked pleadingly at Snake. I'll ask you one more time. Please, leave this place. I can't do that. Gorlukovich cocked the hammer of his gun. Almost was hoping it would say his Makarov, whatever. Then, I'll just have to get rid of you. He pulled the trigger. No! Meryl grabbed Gorlukovich's hand from the side. The bullet went astray, striking the ground between Snake's feet. We had a deal. You promised you wouldn't kill him. As the two continued to argue, Snake retrieved his USP and made his escape. As he ran, he heard the sound of Gorlukovich shouting angrily at his men. Kill him! Snake heard Meryl trying to stop him, but he didn't turn back. His only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. D-Man, thank you for the 4 mods. Your only purpose is to disagree to MGS5 and MGS PC haters in silence, and here's all of you. Fair enough. We can have a discussion and a force alert. Nice. We should just mow him down, honestly. That's what the M4 is for. Ooh, we get like infinite ammo and shit here. Oh no, I see. There's so much ammo. And rations. Yeah, they just wanted to do this. Oh, that's like another Gart Rush. That's pretty nice, actually. A fuckload of ammo here, too. Fuck it, suppressing fire. Ammo and stun grenades everywhere. Oh, what the fuck? They're like spawning right there. I guess the PSG1 would be useful for this too, that's why. Holy shit! We good. Yeah, tanker fight and tanker. Oh, that was pretty satisfying. Doing that part in reverse with a force alert, like another Gart Rush. There's so many fucking guards too. Snake closed the watertight door behind him and turned the handle to lock it. That should buy me some time, he thought. In the meantime, there was something he had to check on. He called Campbell and the Kodak and described what had happened. Meryl and Glukovich. Campbell's voice quivered. Meryl said something about her father's dying wish. What the hell was your brother doing in this country anyway? Campbell explained. During the Cold War, while the country was under control of a pro-American dictator, the American military had been conducting a top-secret project in Eldera. Matt Campbell had been a member of the project. When the Cold War ended, the project was terminated as well, and the Americans had prepared to withdraw from the country. Matt, however, went AWOL. Shortly afterwards, the pro-American regime, having lost its backing, was faced with an armed uprisings among the country's minority groups. Eldera was plunged into civil war. Matt's corpse was discovered later. Spetsnaz had been behind the uprising, and the name of their commander was Sergei Glukovich. Some say that Matt was actually collaborating with Glukovich, but I don't believe it for a minute. Campbell's words made it sound as if he believed that Glukovich himself had killed Matt. Is that why you've been so obsessed with Glukovich for all this time? Asked Snake. Oh, the alert actually dies, I see. It really seemed like you should just leave. Yes, admitted Campbell. He hated Glukovich. Hatred spawned hatred in kind. Were you involved in the project too? No, there's a rule against that. We're forbidden to take part in an operation involving our family members. They say it compromises your judgment. Is that all? I guess Matt wanted to pursue wanted to put some distance between us at the time. Campbell's voice was tinged with regret, but he ventured no explanation as to the reason behind his brother's actions. The antique Metal Gear you saw is the end result of that project. That's all I know. The whole thing is highly confidential. Even now, the records are all sealed. I believe it, thought Snake to himself. After all, it was only natural for people to try and forget horrible things that happened in the past. Governments were no exception, but some people held onto these kinds of memories. Some people never forgot their hate, like Glukovich and Campbell. Snake, we can't let Glukovich and his men escape with that Metal Gear, said Campbell. It could still be armed with live nuclear warheads. They're probably planning to test Metal Gear's capabilities somewhere out at sea. You got to change the course of the ship, head for the bridge. Snake had no objections. Nice. Oh man, that was a handful. That's why this door doesn't work now. It'd be too easy, since you actually have to go back. Damn, doing the tanker like in reverse, that's nice. Well, Andy with the 97, holy shit, thank you so much. Can we get this guy? Feels like I'm doing something wrong going back. Oh, 50 isn't too bad if you consider the Tengus on European Extreme are like, I don't know, over 150, 170 or something like that. So now we get to fight Meryl up there. They got a little bit more out of the tankers level design. Oh, those guys are back at it. Oh, isn't there another guy here? Oh, there he is, in the bar. You know what? I wonder if we can do this. And then okay, bye. Just let them jam. Oh, if you don't attack any guards, none spawn? Oh, I guess there's the first few ones though. So you just run past them. They do have some interesting mechanics and, you know, uses for the levels. Snake made his way to the ship's bridge. Outside a window beyond the storm, he could see the figure of Meryl. He opened the watertight door and stepped into the navigation room. Meryl turned around. "You're late. Were you waiting for me? There's no one to interrupt us here. I need to tell you something." "You mean like the reason why you're helping a man who killed your father? Is that what my uncle told you?" Snake nodded. Meryl shook her head. "He was lying," Meryl explained. Matt Campbell's part in the top-secret Metal Gear development project in Eldera had been to ensure that the country's stability. Part of his job was feeding falsified information to the minority separatist guerrillas, and he was good at it. First, he'd pick a suitable candidate. Next, he'd find his target's weak point and use it to blackmail him. Then he'd dangle a carrot in front of the victim's eyes and convince him to cooperate. Matt would then send his now willing accomplice into the ranks of the separatists. Once there, the spy provided the Americans with useful information, selling out his comrades in the process. But in carrying out his mission, Matt made one fatal error. In his dealings with the separatists, he came to sympathize with their cause. He became enchanted with the idea of independence. He grew to resent the US for the way it exploited smaller, weaker nations for its own gain. That's why Campbell cucked him. In the end, Matt decided to help the guerrillas create their own nation. He wanted to give them the trump card they needed to secure their independence. And what better gift than a bipedal, nuclear-capable walking tank that was conveniently being developed in Eldera, albeit secretly and quite illegally, by the American military. Sergei Lukovich, who was supporting the guerrillas, agreed to cooperate. Matt's plan was executed. The guerrillas succeeded in stealing the Metal Gear from the American base, but then their plan was discovered. Matt was executed by the Americans. Meryl's father had been punished for the crime of believing in his own ideals. The price of having a conscience was high in those troubled times. In the tumult of the Civil War that followed, the Metal Gear disappeared without a trace. However, 6 months ago, its existence was reconfirmed and the Marines had been sent to recover the long-lost dirty secret. After hearing the true story from Grlukovich, Meryl agreed to follow his instructions to infiltrate the Marines. Her intent was to transfer the Metal Gear over to the guerrillas through Grlukovich, who was still providing support to the rebels. In this way, she could carry on her father's memory and the ideals for which he died. Is that what Grlukovich told you? Asked Snake. Meryl nodded. Snake shook his head. Didn't it ever occur to you that he might be lying? Meryl looked at Snake with sorrow in her eyes. You're not going to let me get away, are you? So what are you going to do? Meryl drew her gun and pointed at Snake. You're not going to shoot me, said Snake. She released her safety with her thumb. Watch me. Okay, now you're getting blasted because we got... Oh shit, the freaking thing reset, but earlier we got a $20 donation from Bad Humans to kill Meryl and something other than just one. So, and we'll just... This is amazing. Oh fuck, she can hit me like that? That's bullshit. Olga can't hit like that. It must be her 50 AE. No, Bad Humans, there's no way that I would ever get a donation and not honor it, yeah? No, we're killing Meryl. I don't mind. See, it's Olga's voice, but this works a lot better in Japanese because Meryl and Olga have the same voice actress anyway. So this would work well in Japanese. Anything here? Nope. But the music still dies down here. Nice. And she cartwheels. Oh shit! Is Snake's model different, or is it because Meryl's using a different gun? Dude. So their hitboxes are different. Because Olga can't hit you here while you're standing. Did she just hit me earlier? Maybe I wasn't all the way in. And then I noticed that she can hit here. Oh yeah, she can definitely hit there while you're crouching. But what's different about it? It's probably MGS1 Snake's hitbox that's different. Because you can definitely hide there during the Olga fight. Like, this is not safe. Damn. And let's see something. Fuck. I think, yeah, the magazine size also. You know, a Desert Eagle with 7 rounds isn't the greatest gun for, like, suppressing fire. She empties the whole fucking magazine. They changed that. They changed her reload, of course, to 7 rounds. Nice. Holy shit, she takes like no damage. That's a headshot? Wow. You really have to want to kill Meryl here, because you would have the M9 and even the PSG-1T by now. I love that there's a functional Desert Eagle and I'm used to. And the lock's open too. Shit, that hurts. Not as much as Olga on European Extreme, but yeah. In fact, it feels weird as we have the USB now. I hope there's ammo somewhere. Because otherwise, I have to start saving up. and being more careful. Meryl says that all this is for her to carry out the intentions of her late father. As I expressed my doubts towards the fact Skrlukovic spoke of, Meryl pointed her gun at me. I think if you kill Meryl, I mean, obviously it's like the bad ending, but like you find out that Skrlukovic used her or something. Bitch. She does more damage than what you can regen to. Conflict. Campbell, who are my parents? So even regenerating isn't too useful. She can kill me in one hit now. It's that 50 Action Express. It's like a shitty Olga fight now. That's gone on for too long. Bristle Monk, thanks for the 56 months. Yes, if you put her to sleep, obviously the story changes. It's like that in most Snake Tales, like it's determined by that. But, like I said, we got a donation from Bad Humans to kill Meryl. And I don't mind going with either ending. So, if you guys want to save Meryl, now's the time, because we got 20 bucks to kill her. Fuck, this is actually scary. We had to treat it like the Olga fight. One hit, you're dead now. Oh, here it comes. She cartwheels like Olga too, nice. I'll have to take a closer look at her. Especially her gun, you don't get to see her gun usually. We don't have the binoculars, and we don't have the camera. Oh, that's why we don't have the binoculars. The Snake would have the camera here. That sucks. That means you can't take a picture of it like you can with Olga. Oh fuck, she saw me. Move. Hey, Meryl, remember the PSG-1 that I used to save your ass? Yeah. I'm gonna quickscope you with it. Sniper Wolf would not be proud. It is, you know, kind of like, it's much better than the Twin Snakes model, but it is an MGS2 model of MGS1 Snake. So the law says that you must 720 no scope when you are MGS2 Snake, I mean MGS1 Snake and MGS2 engine. Meryl takes 6 tranquilizer headshots to go down? Nice. Yeah, she seems to have a lot of health and shit. Oh, I think the bar is just straight up longer, too. Fuck. Ooh, that was close. Whoa, that was really close. I wonder if we can get her to say, "What do you think I am, stupid?" Probably. Oh shit. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, in her ass too. Well, the fight mechanics go that she gets tired because you pump her full of tranquilizer, but yeah. We snipe her ass, how appropriate is that? Snake watched as Meryl crumpled to the ground. He rushed to her side and cradled her in his arms. She was bleeding profusely from her ass, I must add. Her breath was faint, and her wounds were mortal. Snake clasped her tightly to his chest, covering the wounds he himself had given her. He felt her body grow cold and lifeless in his grasp. "Do not trouble yourself over it," said a voice behind Snake's back. It was Skrlukovic. He had he held a pistol in his hand. I can't talk after a while. "Why were you using Meryl?" Snake demanded, fighting to control his anger. "Using her? I merely told her what she wanted to know." "I don't think so." A slight smile crossed Skrlukovic's face. It was the smile of a master strategist, a smile that told of lies, manipulation, and betrayal. Perhaps I did embellish the truth a little bit. After all, people will believe whatever they want to believe. Is this your idea of revenge in the Colonel? Of course, he deserves to suffer, and will make him squirm in agony until his pain is as great as the suffering all of the men and I have had to bury, and all of the widows and orphans they left behind. Gurlukovich hated Campbell. Campbell hated Gurlukovich. Hatred spawned hatred in kind. A better tale about revenge than certain other revenge-themed games, but let's not go there. That is why I chose her. Is she not the most important person in Campbell's life? This I heard from Matt as he lay dying. So it was you that killed Matt. Gurlukovich's eyes darkened for an instant. I see my reputation precedes me. I simply gave him that which he desired. He was only waiting for someone to kill him. That is the kind of man he was. For a moment, it almost looked as if Gurlukovich were truly grieving the loss of an old friend. Perhaps his grief was real, but the look soon passed. I will not hand the Metal Gear over to the Eldarian guerrillas. Damn it, gorillas always involved. My men and I have other plans for it. The machine itself may be a wreck, but all we really need is to recover the nuclear warheads and the launching system. A nuclear-equipped ballistic missile is still a precious commodity, even in this day and age. Snake gritted his teeth. Gurlukovich laughed. Do not be so angry at me. This is Matt Campbell's dying wish. This was his intention from the beginning. What do you mean? If you do not believe me, then ask him yourself. Gurlukovich aimed his gun at Snake. In hell! The sound of a gunshot ripped through the air. Gurlukovich fell to the ground. The shot had come from Meryl. Meryl's body slowly went limp in Snake's arms. The gun slipped from her fingertips. Snake, Meryl moaned. She's... Oh, shit. Excuse me, I'm dying. I got a little bit too fast. So I run out of breath and then I breathe in my saliva, so that was great. She looked as if she was trying to say something. Snake lowered his head closer to her mouth, but his ears could not detect the slightest trace of breath. Rip Meryl. Good ending. It's hard to tell when you're reading it yourself, but like if you go back and listen to it or listen to someone else do it, you can tell when the pace is a little bit too fast, I guess. Alright, Meryl died, no MGS4. But so did Gurlukovich, I guess. Alright, now the next few ones is when it gets really fucking crazy. But the last two. Yeah, if Meryl survives, then you find out more truth about it. Obviously, the Gurlukovich used her, something like that. I don't remember. But who needs Meryl to survive? Fuck that. Starville, thanks for the 18 months. I'm very ashamed of my wars and deeds, yes. I'm ashamed that I bought... Okay, you know what? I'm not going there. Fuck that. It was just a mistranslation. He meant to say, I will be ashamed of my wars and deeds. Which makes a lot of sense. Oof, okay. Well, there goes my voice. For the day. 68 kills, nice. A, B, and C. Now, these two are both pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, we're gonna take another little small break because I need to recuperate. And yeah. Just give myself a chance to finish this. Get some water, and gotta go drain the dragon. Not to be confused with a little dragon, Mei Ling. Speaking of Mei Ling, she will be in the next this one or that one. Yeah, no, Mei Ling will be there. Alright, let's put on some. Should we put on some memes? Oh, you know what? We should actually put on the freaking Snake Tales theme. There's actually quite a few, depending on what's going on in the story and the context of the, you know, what's supposed to be cutscenes. Like, when there's silly stuff going on, there's silly music. Let's see if we can find a silly one. We won't hear it for a while because it's like towards the end of the last one. I wonder. Let me see if it's this one. No, this is a regular one. Hold on, because I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere. But I don't even know what it's called. It's actually really jamming music. It's really great jammy music, you know? But let's see. No, this is another regular one. Does anybody know? Oh, is it this one? Maybe not. Maybe yes. Yeah, Bad Humans, they're writing music from E. The rap track is just fucking Scott Dove speech, yeah. No, it's not this one. Damn it, what is it called? What is it called? I really want to put that on and listen to it for a little bit during the break. This is a regular one. I'm actually having... Oh! I found it. all right. So it's actually called, the song is called Jack and Rose. And you can sort of hear kind of maybe Rose's laugh in there. And yeah, spoilers, but we'll have to play as Raiden during Snake Tales at one point. A little silly music from silly stuff is going on. But I think that's in the last one. First, we'll have to do Dead Man Whispers. Also pretty crazy. Are we going to do something with channel points? Maybe. Ooh, I see Bliskin. I don't know, I kind of need good ideas, because the problem with channel points right now is that a lot of people have a lot of them. So there's like inflation going on, like just like everything else. Alright, let's do this. Big Shell, off the coast of New York. The offshore decontamination facility was selected as a setting for a top-secret joint exercise between the Navy SEALs and the Dead Cell due to its complex structure and isolated environment. During the exercise, Dead Cell and the team under their command portrayed terrorists, while the SEAL team acted to suppress them. Dead Cell was a specialized naval combat team feared for their brutality. Their main function was anti-terrorist training, launching an unannounced assault on important government installations to determine their level of security. Although famous for the ferocity of their attacks, there was another reason for their reputation. It was rumored that their anti-terrorist training was cover for their true mission, operating above the law to undermine threats to American national interests. Whether inside the country or out, whenever anti-American sentiment was suspiciously crushed or leaders died unnatural deaths, military insiders inevitably associated Dead Cell's name with the act. The rumors were never confirmed. However, that name of Dead Cell had become equated with death, disaster, and calamity was undeniable. Until 1 year ago. 1 year ago, Dead Cell Commander Colonel Jackson was arrested upon charges of graft and corruption. From that point on, the overzealous tactics during attacks, the shady pasts of the team members, and their combined inhumanity made Dead Cell's name synonymous with military corruption and dishonor. Even their very fighting ability had come under question. This exercise marked their first official assignment in some time, but only Dead Cell leader Vamp was granted permission to participate. Okay, why not? The joint exercises were drawing to a close. I was guarding my assigned area in Strut F. Immediately after receiving a report that half of the terrorists had been subdued, a coded transmission signifying an emergency situation came through my codec. Come in, anyone. This is Alpha Team. We're under attack. This is Bliskin. What happened? I replied. Dead Cell. It's Vamp. He double-crossed. The team is almost by him. I could hear screams and sound of gunfire in the background. What is your location? I asked. Strut B. I heard a scream and the line went dead. I immediately punched in a different frequency. A low voice answered. This is Dolph. Is this Snake? Oh, Scott Dolph is alive in this timeline. It was Marine Commander Scott Dolph. He was in Big Shell as part of the exercise. I explained the situation to Dolph. He answered through a burst of noise. Looks like things just started on my end too. What's the status? There was an explosion in the Shell 2 core. B1's almost totally flooded. Is this what you were worried about? 3 days ago, I accepted a request from Dolph to join the exercise. Dolph was worried something might happen, and he asked me to put a stop to it if it did. But he didn't say why. All he told me was, I'm counting on you. Dolph and Dead Cell were connected. Yeah, because Vamp was very connected to Scott Dolph's ass. I mean, Dolph's daughter, Helena, was Jackson's wife. When Jackson was arrested, Dolph was the only one who defended Dead Cell and Jackson. As a result, he risked his own position. Dolph seemed to be worried about something concerning Dead Cell. I accepted without any questions. I owed Dolph. Dolph created a fake identity for me, and here I was, along for the exercise as Lieutenant Junior Grade Bliskin. I then asked him, what is Vamp up to? I have no idea, Dolph said in a deeply troubled voice. Figure out, your lover, you know? Snake, we must figure out what's happening. We're trapped in the north part of filter chamber number 2 by debris and flooding. Looks like it'll take us some time to get out of here. I want you to rescue the SEALs. Head over to Strut B. Roger that. Be careful, you aren't carrying any live ammunition, are you? Dolph was right. I was equipped for exercise. I didn't have any live rounds. No, but I'll be okay. Maybe in this timeline, Scott Dolph and Vamp aren't lovers. Who knows? No ammo. Nice.
Nothing here.
Dead Cell has gone rogue with Vamp leading them. Nice. Oh shit, hello.
Freeze.
I suppose you have any ammo. Oh yeah. He definitely has some shotgun shells in his vest. No shotgun. Brass shells at that. Everything's locked. Maybe I should have killed this guy. I don't know if he has anything he'll come out now, but probably not. I think we're supposed to not have ammo until a certain point. Due to story reasons, maybe. Well, yeah, this is a different timeline where only Vamp is allowed here, okay? Dead Cell revolted during the joint exercise with the SEALs. Vamp's intentions are not clear, but I must save the SEALs under attack. I'm now heading towards Strut B. I guess we must go this way.
There's somebody there.
Damn it. Couldn't find his dick.
It's the enemy. I need.
What's going on? Respond.
Oh boy.
Communications with the FA connecting bridge have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
I'm under enemy.
Oh, interesting pattern. Bandage. Very useful. Oh, stun grenades at least. What the fuck is that? Was that green light always there? That's weird.
Who's there?
Why did I never notice this green light before? More bandages. Maybe there's something up here too. Unlikely. Always have cigarettes though. Let's commit cigarettes. And obviously Vamp killed everyone here. I was greeted at Strut B by the sight of a total massacre. The bodies of dead SEALs littered the entire area. Everything had been torn apart and splattered with blood. I heard a moan coming from a body in a pool of blood. Hold on! I ran over and lifted the soldier in my arms. He was still breathing, but his wound was deep, reaching his internal organs. It was clear that he wouldn't make it. He looked at me with unfocused eyes. It was Vamp. He called it lynching. Revenge for those who backstabbed Jackson. He called The bribery charge, a sham. You better not talk now, I said, trying to quiet him, but he kept on talking. Vamp's going after Captain O'Brien. But that's nonsense. There's no way the captain's involved. He's just not like that. Naval Captain O'Brien, multiply decorated in the Persian Gulf, Europe, and Africa, was commander-in-chief for the entire exercise. The mass media praised the captain as a competent and noble-minded military man who is well liked by his fellow soldiers. He grabbed my chest. His grip was surprisingly strong for a man in his deathbed. The captain is on the first floor of the Shell 2 Corps. Save the captain, please. His body lost its strength. I closed his eyes. That was all I could do for him. I contacted Dolph, telling him what I just heard. I see, mumbled Dolph. His voice didn't sound surprised at all. In fact, he sounded like he just confirmed some bad news. Did you know about this? I asked. He became quiet, answering hesitantly. There have been a lot of cases involving murdered government employees and servicemen lately. Rumor has it Vamp is behind it all. Is Jackson really innocent? I don't know for sure, but perhaps. He was a real proud soldier. He was not the corrupt kind. You think Brian backstabbed Jackson? No, I don't think so. I know his reputation. How can you be so sure? It was Brian who planned his training. If he was involved in Jackson's case, there was no way he would involve Vamp. That's only if Brian knew of the rumors of the lynching, right? He knew. Are you sure? Oh yeah, I heard rumors from Brian. You and Brian talk about the rumors? I was a bit surprised. Brian and Dolph, political Navy captain and head of the Marines, didn't seem like a likely pair of friends. Well, you never know with Dolph, yeah, he has some guy friends. Dolph answered as if he knew of my doubts. Brian and I didn't always get along because of our positions. I don't think he liked me either, but I don't think he hated me so much that he wouldn't give me advice that would save my life. What do you mean? Brian came to warn me that I was Vamp's next target. I then knew the true reason Dolph had participated in this exercise. So you tried to rid Dead Cell of its infamous rumors by revealing yourself to Vamp. Correct. If nothing happened to me during the exercise, I could prove that the rumors were false. You do trust Vamp. Dolph scoffed. I wouldn't go that far. If I trusted him completely, I wouldn't have called you. I'm a coward. I said to him that trusting something or someone isn't that easy. Dolph did not respond. And then I asked him, but then it's not you, but O'Brien and Vamp's after? Yeah, either O'Brien's information was wrong or Vamp's wrong. It seemed Dolph was confused too. The only thing that's certain is that Vamp is trying to kill O'Brien. Snake, you've got to stop Vamp. Got it. I consider the structure of a big shell again. I need to use a Shell 1 connecting bridge with Strut D to get to Shell 2, where Vamp should be heading, because that's where we gotta fight him, right? That meant I have to head to Strut D first. We gotta go to where we fight Vamp, of course. This is the guy who was dying. Can I get his ammo? I guess he didn't have any ammo. Oh, I see ammo. Guns probably locked. Yep. And let's see. Okay then. A dud! Oh, no, not this time. What is this cipher doing? Okay then. Be useless down there. Gonna come up, right? Yep. Yeah, there are things you can't do with Snake. Namely, jumping between crates and stuff and other obstacles. because you need Raiden's cartwheel to do that. Snake's roll sucks at it. There's a bunch of little different gameplay aspects to Snake and Raiden. Snake was not designed to be on the big shell, so he can't do a bunch of things.
Freeze.
Such as knocking somebody out in one blow with a rifle equipped to the head, like that. You can't do that with Snake. I guess Snake was never supposed to have rifles in this game. I guess we shouldn't bother, whatever. Snake's hitbox is different, his punches are different. And later when the other Snake tails... Oh, this guy's looking down. Oh, I haven't seen that in a while. We'll have to fight Solidus Snake. We will be missing a bunch of things. You know, the sword, the BDU. Oh, how was that not a headshot? Well, shoot him in the dick, whatever. Hey, Old Red with 25 months, thank you so much. Snake can still dick punch, but Raiden's much better at finding dicks with his slap. Dolph contacted me as soon as I arrived at Strut D. He had apparently managed to get a hold of O'Brien. O'Brien had sealed off the door to Shell 1 connecting bridge, a 1-2 connecting bridge on Strut D to prevent Vam from getting through. It also reorganized the surviving SEALs to defend Strut G. Dolph said, "Snake, join the SEALs. Vamp is the enemy. Those men might be SEALs, but I doubt they can stop him on their own. But how can I get to Shell 2? The Shell 1-2 connecting bridge is closed off. There is another way. Go across the oil fence, oh shit, in the lower part of Big Shell. Use the ladder and B1 Strut E to get down to the oil fence. You should be able to get Strut L of Shell 2 by crossing it. Vamp must have already left for Shell 2, I needed to hurry." Okay, that's how they skip the whole thing. We actually go that way, the opposite way, where Emma goes.
Nothing here.
More bandages. Let's see what it says now. Vamp's next target is O'Brien in Shell 2. The door from Strut D to Shell 2 is shut. The only way now is across the oil fence on the water. The ladder to the oil fence is at level 1, V1 Strut E. Yeah, I would imagine the grip gauge is always 1. I guess it was another guy. Yep. Damn. Ah, fuck it. Got the alert. Might as well deal with it. Oh, nice. Grenades, even. That doesn't make that many punches, at least. Oh shit. He actually goes all the way there now.
Freeze. There's some.
He saw the guy, but not me. Nice. We need boxes. Is there really no boxes? Okay. Guess we have no business up here. It's probably locked. Yep.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Oh, they're gonna find the guy.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise extreme caution.
The freaking camera scared me. SB32, thank you. 48. SB83 months. Nice.
There's somebody there.
Oh god.
Freeze. Freeze.
Oh, come on. His dick is obviously there. I think that might be the last guy. Yeah, fuck it.
Freeze.
You good? You good?
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Yeah, we just cleared the whole area. I guess this door's open now. Oh, what? Oh, it's this one actually. Anything in here? Ooh, M9. Just in case you want to save Vamp. We can always cheese him.
Are you late with your status report?
Oh shit, this is weird. This is like the opposite, yeah. Nice. Oh shit, they have the blood stains. I guess it's just part of the stage. Those are Emma's blood stains. But it could be that they also built that into the story. I reached the Strut E ladder and climbed down about 40 meters. When I finally made it to the oil fence, I heard a sound of gunfire from above. It was coming from the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. I could see the SEALs fighting Vamp, but it wasn't a normal fight. It was a one-sided massacre. Vamp ran. The SEALs fired, but the bullets didn't hit him. Vamp threw knives. Some of the men went down. Other SEALs fought back. Vamp wove dodged. He slit the throats of the SEAL men, slicing their stomachs open, stabbing deep into their hearts. Ooh. The SEALs were down in a split second. I saw the last man screaming at the totally unhurt Vamp. Suddenly, the connecting bridge exploded. It must have been wired up with bombs beforehand. A series of explosions enveloped the connecting bridge in flames, and it began to collapse with a roar. Debris rained on the surface of the sea. I made a run across the oil fence. A huge column of water rose behind my back. Waves churned, throwing the oil fence up with every undulation. I struggled along and finally made it to the lower part of Strut L. As I turned around, my eyes met Vamp's. It had tumbled from the sky and landed on the Shell 2 side. Vamp Sneer licked a knife with his long tongue and hurled the knife at me. And then he disappeared into the interior of Strut G. I climbed the ladder and made it into Strut L of Shell 2. Vamp had already penetrated Shell 2. O'Brien was in danger. I ran for the Shell 2 core. Nice. They had to skip a lot of shit here because it's just... Well, actually, not really. We're just on the opposite side. Oh, hello. Well, now we're off to fight Vamp, I guess.
Freeze.
Oh, that door's busted. They're gonna have some sort of platform here, because Blitzkin can't jump. Yeah, this is post, like, Emma, when they repaired it somehow. Somewhat repaired. on that guy too. Fuck him. The fire is out. There's no ammo here, so maybe there's something there. Doesn't look like it. It's kind of useless. This side. That guy died for nothing. Snake Tales are just a completely different universe with no connection to the main game. You just reuse the environments and make up a completely different story. So, no, it's not happening. That's what everybody wanted, right? That's what the first Snake Tale trolls you into thinking at the very beginning of it. That, oh, it's Snake's side of the facts. No. No. I entered Shell 2 core. There wasn't any gunfire or any sign of people. The silence made me uneasy. The codec rang. It was Dolph. Snake, what is your location? Right above your head. I've just entered the first floor of Shell 2 core. How's O'Brien? I've lost contact. Lick my tongue. Were we too late? We still didn't know what's happened for sure, said Dolph. But he didn't sound too sure of himself. O'Brien should be on this floor, right? I asked. That's right. He should be barricaded in the air purification room. He told me he was going to electrify the floor to stop him from getting inside. I looked at the passageway. The floor there was glowing dimly. Looks like the trap's still working. Yeah, but we're up against Vamp. Who knows if it'll help? There was only one way to confirm if O'Brien was dead or alive, going inside. How do I disarm the trap? I asked. Destroying the circuit breaker in the room is probably the only way. You should be able to do it with a remote control missile from a duct. You're going to have to find a remote control missile first. I'm pretty sure Snake or Pliskin doesn't have swimming animations, so we'll probably find the Nikita elsewhere. We're not going to the flooded room. Rinkin with the 27 months, thank you. You know what that means? It means that we can hear Snake get electrocuted here instead of Raiden. That's amazing. I can't stop it. I can't stop. Send help. Oh god. Okay, enough. Could be guards around too. Maybe the Nikita's just right here. It's just right here. Easy peasy. I guess the elevator doesn't even work, huh? Yeah, we're not really allowed to be around the water with Pliskin because that would be weird. Yep. And we can't see inside the room. It's that guy with the half handcuff who's dead. You can't see inside. Nice. You curious how the game would handle Snake swimming? Probably just like that. Something like this. Yeah, Snake doesn't have swimming animations. Let's see if these ducks are any different. Yep, yeah they are. Everything's closed off, what the fuck? Go the other way. Even a little room to the east is closed off, so... Ooh. Oh, there's a Moai head. Nice. And we are in the little room to the east now. We have to... Damn, that's actually pretty involved. He can barely make it. You can see the guy's dead there. A vamp got to him, of course. Same cutscene here. Nice. What is that? Stop it! Doesn't feel right without the president mumbling. The dialogue is different depending on when you find the captain. When When else can you find him? I'm curious now. As soon as I entered the air purification room, I found O'Brien on the floor slumped against the wall. Judging by the cuts covering O'Brien's body, Vamp had tortured him instead of killing him instantly. O'Brien looked at me, recognizing my uniform. Oh, he's not dead yet. It was covered with blood, but he smiled in relief. I guess we haven't been wiped out yet. I signaled for him to keep quiet and examine the surroundings. O'Brien said, Vamp isn't here anymore. Looks like he left for B1 from the duct. Oh, that's how he got in. Makes sense, right? Oh, there's a timer. That's crazy. It seemed nobody was in the room except the dying man and myself. Could you maybe find him already dead if you take too long? I went up to O'Brien. He was bleeding pretty badly. It looked like he didn't have much time. I tried to treat him, but O'Brien refused. Stop it. I'm not gonna make it anyway. I know that. Get out of here now. Call for backup. No, I can't do that. You said he went up to B1, right? I said. Dolph wasn't B1. As O'Brien told Dolph, he might be the next target, but Dolph was Jackson's father-in-law. And besides, he wasn't the kind of person to backstab someone. Something was wrong. While I was turning this over in my head, O'Brien said, don't do it, Lieutenant. You better leave. Don't get involved with Vamp. But we can't let him continue his little lynching game, right? Lynching? O'Brien tried to laugh, but he coughed up blood instead. Vamp said you falsely charged Jackson. That's crazy. I didn't do that. Nobody could. What do you mean? The corruption case is airtight. There's plenty of proof. What? O'Brien tried to say something, but only coughed. He coughed up more blood. Then he went quiet for good. I tried to contact Dolph numerous times at Kodak without any response. I knew Vamp had already left for B1. I had to get a B1 right away. I guess it depends. Like, maybe the guy might be dead if you take too long. But here he has something to say before he dies, at least. And he doesn't have his half handcuff. Nice. I wonder if I got the slow or the fast version of it. That'd be interesting. Damn, they even have a timer. Interesting. Kind of like the bomb defusal timer with Stillman's comments if you take too long. So how the fuck are we going to B1? Snake can't swim. How are we going to get to Vamp? I guess through text. Through the magic of text. Right? Yep. It's just takes you there right away. I got on an elevator. I arrived at B1. They didn't program any swimming animations for me, so B1 was exactly as Dolph described. The passageway had been closed off by an explosion that flooded from a damaged water purification tank. I swam through the water and went through the debris to move forward. Yeah, we don't get to see that, of course, because Snake does not have swimming animations. Dolph had to be to the north. I opened the door and entered the second filtration room. Dead silence. Suddenly, I spied someone standing in the darkness. Vamp. He slowly opened his closed eyes. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? That's right. I was waiting for the perfect opponent to commemorate the end of Dead Cell. And you're it, Solid Snake. What are you saying? Vamp, knock it off. No one backstabbed Jackson. His corruption... Bank spoke calmly. I know. What? Vamp stared at me with sad eyes. Snake, you don't understand anything, and you don't have to. All you need to know is that you'll be grazing Dead Cell's legacy as the final victim. Come on. Show me what you got. I don't suppose that... Does it change if you leave him alive? I mean, he doesn't die here. Fuck it, let's see. Ooh, that damage. Thanks, difficulty level. Should we just cheese him? Nah, let's not cheese him. Oh fuck, he hit me. It seems like Snake's hitbox is a little taller. Oh, what the fuck? He can hit me even when I crouch. Yeah, Snake's hitbox, or at least Bliskin's hitbox. And I say Bliskin because it might change depending on the costume. It's taller. So, you can totally dodge Vamp's throwing knives by crouching, as riding. And it doesn't seem to work here. Interesting. Oh, he's doing his little dance because the difficulty is low. Nope. Oh shit. That would kill me. Ah, we have to kick him to get send him away. Man, that was messed up. Oops. Oh, he only throws one in the first phase instead of two, and then another one. Interesting. Yeah, this is like adjust for like normal or hard, maybe. I destroyed that. So you can see his little animation when you do that. I don't really see that often. Okay, maybe it was just a bad angle then. Ah, fuck. Not concentrating at all. Also, the knives are much slower. He's gonna go up now. Or not. That's a lot of ammo. Now he's throwing all three. I do think the hitbox is a little different, but whatever. These grenades are kind of useless because they take like an hour to go off. Maybe? Nope. I should have thrown it right away. He just plops down. Go away, F-Man. Hey, go to 43 months. Good to see you. Thank you. Yeah. It's a good thing we found these grenades. Oh, there's more. That's what we wanted to use. Last phase? Okay. This might be dangerous with Bliskin. Because the hitbox. Okay, got it. Nice. Immediately, text. I approached Vamp. He was still breathing, just unconscious. Soon he opened his eyes. Kill me. We can totally imagine Vamp saying kill me. They only asked me to stop you, I said. Vamp, tell me why you went on with your lynching when you knew it was meaningless. Vamp's mouth twitched. Because it wasn't meaningless. Jackson's arrest had been the final blow to Dead Cell's reputation. They called it a stain on the entire US military, called them a group of disgraced losers. The military had cut Jackson off as a liability, but that wasn't all. The brass tried to bury Dead Cell's previous record of success as well. It was a fate worse than death. We killed more than a few people. We killed civilians, women, children, and the elderly. Some were unarmed, some didn't resist. Some even begged for their lives, but we killed them all. Of course, we didn't kill them for pleasure. It was our mission. The dirty work, those types of missions. Everyone hated them, but they had to be done. So we took them all. A man like O'Brien owes his spotless reputation to the fact that we got our hands dirty, crawled through mud, and woke up screaming for nightmares. Vamp clenched his fist. Are we the lowest of men? Perhaps. But the lowest of soldiers? Definitely not. I won't allow our honor and purity to be stained. That was all we had, but now this last bit of pride has been denied to us as well. That's why I went on this mission. You mean you're lynching? That's right. If I kill people out of revenge, people may start wondering. They may even think that perhaps Colonel Jackson could be innocent. The more I keep on killing, the more the public will have to believe in his innocence. Did you really expect anyone to believe that crap? Of course, the world lives and breathes on what you call crap, don't you think? Vamp laughed coldly, but his eyes looked empty. His eyes weren't those of someone who had regained what they had lost. They were of those who had lost something instead. Then I realized, but you don't believe it, do you? Even if Dead Cell's reputation is... oh shit, oops. Even if Dead Cell's reputation is restored, it won't matter for you. Vamp shut his eyes as if he were in pain. Maybe you're right. Any purity Dead Cell had possessed in its missions had been lost at Vamp's hand. The person in front of me wasn't a proud soldier. He was nothing more than a pathetic terrorist, and he knew it. Perhaps that was a punishment for his lynching. Vamp said, I don't care. At least I can protect someone. Protect? I'd do anything for Colonel Jackson, Helena, their unborn baby, and Scott. A little family is still going on. You fool! This fucking Dolphin Vamp. Finally, we get some interaction. The shout echoed through the air. It was Dolph. He must have heard a battle and found us. Vamp smiled as he saw Dolph. His eye quickly began to cloud. Dolph came up to Vamp and said, Nobody asked you to do what you did. Not Helena, not Jackson, not even me. You knew that, didn't you? Vamp interrupted Dolph. Scott, I had to do it. Why? Vamp turned his eyes away and became quiet. You won't tell me? Asked Dolph. After a moment of silence, Vamp said, It's got nothing to do with you. Are you being serious? Yes. You've changed. I think so too. You're the only one who hasn't. Vamp bit his lip as though trying to endure something and said, Just leave me alone. I don't want to see you ever again. No! Dolph and Vamp broke up. Dolph's eyes clouded for a moment. I see. Lovers quarrel, you know? Scott, Dolph, and Vamp broke up in this. Oh no. Vamp was taken into custody. A backup SEAL team secured Big Shell. Dead Cell was officially dissolved sometime after that. Dolph retired from the military and Jackson died in prison. They said it was due to mental exhaustion. Vamp escaped shortly after being confined to a military prison. Shortly thereafter, various government and military insiders began dying suspicious deaths. It was rumored that he was behind it, but never confirmed. Sometime later, a rumor began making the rounds. It said Jackson had been falsely accused, and Dead Cell had been framed. Damn, so Vamp pretty much succeeds in his mission. If you leave him alive, Vamp pretty much succeeds in exactly what he was trying to do. Nice. I forgot about that. Cool. Finally, some interaction between the two lovers, you know? Dolph and Vamp. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. So maybe leaving him alive is the bad ending. Alright, next up is the absolute craziest of all the snake tales. Probably the most memorable. Although they're all pretty decent, you know? Mission failed, then how? Fuck. What should we play next? A little bit of music for a few minutes. Well, since we just had some Scott Dolph and Vamp interaction, yeah, we should play that. Let's see. Oh man, it's only a minute and a half. Is there like an extended version of it, maybe? E doesn't have a different ending, but it will have line a minute depending if you fail or retry any VR missions. Okay. I was definitely gonna keep doing VR missions till we get all the lines about it. Until it's painfully obvious that you're supposed to quit. This is pretty smart. Alright. Let's see. Is this the thing I have in mind? No. What the heck is it called? These are regular credits. Oh, this has like the whole thing. Oh, so it picks up after this. Yep. That seems, at least in this game rip thing that I found, it seems to be spliced in together. Alright, back in a bit.
The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms races that last a century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government. And within work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty.
Alright, holy shit. There is another song that's like similar to this, but it's a little more involved. Can't think about the name right now. I wonder where it's from. Because it's not really, I think it's associated with Snake Tales, like in the OST or something, or maybe the game rip files, but it's not actually in the credits. Anyway, just give me a second. Hey, bad humans, feel free to point it out if I'm about to miss it or something. There, Nacky Knack. Welcome aboard. You're just in time for the best snake tail of them all. External Gazer. These ones are very crazy and very meta. They'll make you think. I don't think we really know how old Fortune is, but probably late 20s, mid 20s, late 20s. I opened the door to strut B. I went out on the AB connecting bridge. No enemies sighted. Otacon gave me instructions via codec. Listen carefully, Snake. I'll explain again. Our target this time is that mysterious unidentified monster that's got the whole world in an uproar. They call it the Gurlugon. What is he talking about? The only ones in an uproar are Otacon and Mei Ling, and I bet they're the only ones using that nickname too. That's what I was thinking anyway, but I didn't say anything. Otacon continued. I think you already know this, but do not hurt the target. Take a picture of it before it has a chance to get away. You've made it this far, so don't do anything stupid. My hands were tied. Ridiculous or not, a mission's a mission. I made up my mind and began walking across the AB connecting bridge. The Gurlugon. That's how it all starts. There is a perfectly rational explanation for this. We have the M9 for some reason, but oh, nice. It's still the camera with the 5 slots at the bottom. All right. Colonel Cathcart, good to see you, man. Thanks for the 82 months. Huh. What could possibly be going on here? Huh. I stared in stunned silence at the churning whirlpool of the sea had become. The surface of the sea was beginning to rise. No question about it, something huge was getting ready to make an appearance. My mysterious, ludicrous quest, my so-called monster search mission, looked to be coming to an unexpected conclusion. How did I get involved in this ridiculous mission? It all began 3 days ago. I was testing Otacon's latest invention, the VR system, at Philanthropy's hideout in New York. Hey, Chris Crandall with 11 months, thank you. Oh. Here we are in VR. Defuse all bombs. Some bombs may give you clues about their locations. Alright, just chilling. Yeah, philanthropy headquarters. VR. Well, we actually have the radar and everything now, so. Let's see where this thing is. Actually, I have no idea, which makes it fun. Man, this is like on easy or something. 106 rounds. Oh, I see it. Oh, what a little spot they have here. Maybe. Oh, it's all the way over there. There's more to VR than you might think. This is probably one of the most relevant to the main story, you know, the whole theme of VR. People think MGS2 might be VR. One of the most relevant snake tales. Here? Yep. Pretty easy mission.
You know what you're doing.
The world disappeared before my eyes. As my senses returned to my body, I realized that I wasn't actually on a bomb disposal mission on a tanker. I was sitting in a VR training seat. I pulled off the headset and Otacon turned to speak. "You were doing just fine," I nodded reluctantly. Otacon asked me with pride. "What did you think about a new VR system, eh, Meladath?" "Good to see you, man. Thanks for the 94 mods." "What do you think of the new VR system?" "Not bad." "That's all?" Unsatisfied, he caught his head. "I can't believe it, to tell you the truth. I didn't expect it to work so well." "I know, the VR system incorporates something called the Couplethorn engine. I just got it the other day." "The Couplethorn engine?" Hearing the question, Otacon removed his glasses, a smile on his face. "The Couplethorn engine is a quantum calculation system that's been getting a lot of attention in certain quarters recently. You know about quantum computing, right?" began Otacon. He went on and on, qubits this and tensor products that. For the next 2 hours and 37 minutes, I regretted my stupidity in having asked. In short, it allows the construction of virtual reality environments containing etherto. What the fuck is that word, man? Is that a real word? I mean, obviously I have encountered it before, as I've done this, but I don't really recall. What? I'm gonna Google this. Apparently that is a word. Hitherto. Until now, or until the point in time under discussion. You could just say until now, Otacon. You're just trying to fucking sound smart. Yeah. In short, it allows the construction of virtual reality environments containing, until now, unprecedented amount of information. That information is converted into a signal and conveyed into your brain via the headset, directly synthesizing information for each of your senses while simultaneously cutting off feedback from your actual body. That way, it's possible to realize a virtual reality environment that's completely indistinguishable from the real world, down to lights, sound, even your senses, smell, and touch. He took a breather. I couldn't miss my opportunity. I see, I understand now, I said, trying to get up out of the seat. But Otacon stopped me. Wait a second, let's try it again. The goal of this next scenario will be to eliminate the enemies and secure an escape path for the hostages in Big Shell. I guess Otacon just couldn't wait to try this out his new toy. Reluctantly, I took the seat again. Otacon continued his briefing. Sun after clouds, it's 7 months. Thank you. So, I was only wondering if it's a real word because there have been a few typos and oversights in this text before in the other missions, so I wasn't sure. Your mission is to eliminate all enemies within a certain period of time. Ready? Here we go. I put the headset back on and closed my eyes. A burst of light flashed through my eyelids. The next moment, I found myself surrounded by a world I could hardly believe was a mere construct. But what if we're tapping into different alternate universes every time we do a VR mission? The shotgun? Oh shit. Oh, this is limited resources here.
Freeze.
Damn it.
Freeze.
Looking for dicks. There you go. Found one. Oh shit, there's 2 of them. Oh shit. Fat man's prostate. I know, right? That's the thing. I never noticed before. Maybe because I did the other ending last time I did this. It's been a while.
Freeze.
Oh shit. Ah, I missed. Didn't miss his dick though. Fat man's prostate.
Congrats, Snake.
Just do the Fat Man fight non-lethally. Either play, New Game Plus on the first Snake Tail with the M9, or do what I did, which was not worth it, by the way. Do the entire fight by punching and kicking him to get a stamina kill. Oh, you could have quit these 2 VR missions. Oh, and then because Snake is like annoyed. Oh, okay. Otacon doesn't say anything about it. Because I guess it's just about witnessing it, not really finishing the mission, huh? Okay, so it wouldn't change the dialogue. Interesting. The VR simulation ended. The all too real virtual reality disappeared and the senses returned to my body. I removed the headset. How was it? Asked Otacon. I told him what I'd noticed during my 2 trials. It's well done, no question, but it feels kind of unnatural, like something's wrong with my senses. Unnatural? In what way? It's tough to explain, but I feel like I'm possessing someone else's body. That's because of the pseudo signal filling your brain. Theoretically, it should be possible to replicate the exact same stimulus as from the sensory structures of your physical body. Midway through my discussion with Otacon, the door opened, and in strode Mei Ling. Hey, check this out. Mei Ling threw us the tabloid she'd brought with her. A monster, a big shell? Fucking Mei Ling is UMA aficionado, I guess. Yep. It's all Mei Ling's fault. It was an article describing the appearance of some kind of huge creature near Big Shell. The title shouted, "A monster Big Shell? Completely ridiculous." So what? I said without hesitation. Mei Ling blinked in surprise. So what? It's a monster, Snake. Otacon hit the table. That's right, it's a monster. That picture has to be fake. It was the most normal opinion in the world, but you wouldn't have known by the way they glared at me. Finally, they simply decided to ignore me. It sounded incredible. It sounds incredible, doesn't it, Mei Ling? A monster in New York? It's amazing. I agree. It's amazing. Too amazing. That's cute. Mei Ling is getting excited about it. Jcash Money with the 41 months. Thank you. So, it's a big shell. I want to go and see it. Hey, Otacon, I have an idea. How about catching the monster? What do you say? Great idea. Let's get him. It'd be a real boon to biology. No, I take that back. To all of the sciences. That's right. Hey, do you think we could get a lot of customers if we built a monster zoo? Of course. Judging from the dorsal fin, I think this monster must have come from underwater. What do you think? Maybe. What about making stuffed animals or t-shirts? Not bad. But I can't help thinking that it might be a messenger from space, you know? Oh, totally, but we'd better register a trademark first. They excitedly kept on with what seemed to be a totally disjointed conversation. I couldn't believe they were actually considering it, but I had to ask. Hey, I hope you're not serious about catching this thing. Otacon regarded me with utter shock. Wake up, Snake! Wake up, Snake! We're talking about a monster here! Mei Ling kicked the chair! Mei Ling kicked the chair. He's right! This is about a monster! But Otacon leaned toward me. A monster of unknown origin has appeared. As a scientist, I can't simply ignore it. Do I have to remind you about philanthropy's financial situation? We don't even know if we have enough to cover rent this month. Snapped Mei Ling, fire in her eyes. Damn, they're doing badly, huh? But what do you propose instead of catching it? Are you just going to quietly let this opportunity slip by? You coward! But... Otacon and Mei Ling kept up their simultaneous tirade as I hesitated. We gotta do it! We gotta do it! At this point, there was nothing... Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. At this point, there was nothing to say except, okay. Excuse me, I seem to have gotten a little bit too excited as well. Oh. That's the story. So I came to Big Shell. That was 3 hours ago. That's cute. Otacon and Mei Ling getting excited. So, okay, here we are again. And wait, oh, this is still before we got there, I guess. Ah, fuck it. Just let this go. He's looking for Gurlugon too, I guess. That's actually very appropriate to put that animation there. I contacted Otacon via codec as I entered Strut C. What's up, Snake? Found any clues? Asked Otacon. Negative, but I've seen some strange people wandering around. I told Otacon about the soldiers I'd seen on CD connecting bridge. Otacon replied, I bet they're trying to get Gurlugon, just like we are. I don't think... It has to be, he swore with confidence. Anyway, just move ahead without getting caught. Most of the sightings of Gurlugon have been southwest of the Big Shell. Head for the AB connecting bridge. I had come this far, so there was nothing to do but follow Otacon. I started moving towards the AB connecting bridge. Yeah, that guy's looking down for a reason. It's very appropriate. Just a happy little mission. Oh shit, we don't have a gun for this. Oh, hey. These Gurlugon enthusiasts have brought the ciphers too. I don't think we really need any item here. Alright, here we are again. Anyway, that's the story. Here I am, forced to hunt down a monster, and it looks as though something's about to appear before my very eyes. At this point, there's nothing to do but get ready. I check over the camera. I have no idea what I'm about to see, but I'm going to shoot first and ask questions later. I shoot the camera, I guess. There it is. And of course... that guy was taking a piss. Nice. I forgot about that. Holy shit. Why is there a ration here? Oh shit, oh. Oh my god. Come out, don't be shy. That's Burlegon! It's already active! This is Snake's swimming animation, if he had one. Is he gonna come out or not? Do I have to move maybe? Maybe look away? Oh, there you go. Let's go on the other side. Oh, what the fuck? The music too. Ah, fuck, it came out here. Missed it. Let's see what it says now. This is unbelievable, but I guess I should be taking photos. The best moment is when it comes above the surface. I shouldn't be too near or too far from it. I'm gonna take a photo that's good enough to make Otto grunt. Oh shit. Where is it? Ah, damn it, we missed it again. Chico was right. Does that work? Nope. I guess not. Come on, that's a... Okay. We always get the same sigh and fail sound effect. Yeah, right. What? That didn't work? Maybe it wasn't zoomed in enough. Come on, it was like right there. This is harder than it looks. Probably should have zoomed in more. I have a feeling it won't do it as long as I keep looking at it. Oh, never mind. That just looks like a regular soldier drowning. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do? Just leave? What the fuck do I do now? After I took the photo, I was attacked by an armed group. Who the hell are they? There was no time for questions. I had to take them out first. Oh, okay. If only I could aim. That's why there was a ration. Nice, you can see the reciprocating barrel of the AN-94, even on PS2. Nice. The short recoil action. Nice. Oh, of course, it's Olga. Get out of my way, screamed Olga. She wasn't armed. She didn't seem to be making a move to attack. I began talking to her as I holstered my gun. What are you doing here? Olga smiled a little, but something about her smile wasn't right. She looked so different. She didn't carry the sense of darkness and tragedy I remembered. In fact, she looked like a totally different woman. Don't get too friendly. I'm not the me that you know, and I don't know the me that you do know. What are you talking about? I'm looking for the key to get back to my universe, and that strange creature is it. It doesn't belong in your universe, neither do I. We're from a different place, and your universe is in for trouble too, if you just ignore things. I just couldn't wrap my brain around Olga's story. I was lost. Grinding her teeth, Olga looked down to the surface of the sea. Damn, he's getting away. Listen, check the VR system. It's allowing you to peek into another universe. That's what's causing all this trouble, shouted Olga as she jumped from the connecting bridge. Wait! I leaned over the railing, but Olga had already disappeared into the sea. Olga's henchmen were jumping into the sea one after the other. I was left at the connecting bridge alone. I couldn't see Gurlugon anymore. Nice. It almost just looks like a regular drowning soldier. It's a scale, but whatever. My photo of Gurlugon sat on the table at the hideout. No sign today? I asked Mei-Ling. No, looks like it hasn't shown up today either. It had been a week. No new sightings of Gurlugon. No one knew where he'd show up next. Maybe he'd never show up ever again. I believed Olga. It didn't seem like she was lying, and what's more, the existence of that ridiculous monster would prove in and of itself. There was no way something like that could live in our world, but it might be possible in another. Otacon brought up a theory about parallel universes. As usual, Otacon gave far more of an explanation than necessary, but in a nutshell, the idea was that rather than a single universe, there were countless universes existing in parallel. That meant that one universe might be exactly the same as mine, except the number of hairs on my head was off by one. In another universe, civilization might have sprung from Paramecia. What the fuck is Paramecia? And to Google. It's one of the three devil fruit types. What? Wait, that's fucking One Piece wiki. It's an algae. Okay. It's algae. Okay. I googled it. The first thing I fucking found was One Piece. I'm like, wait. They're literally just seaweed. Wait, no. They're unicellular little organism. Oh, okay. The more you know, the more you learn. This knowledge brought to you by Otacon. There could even be a universe full of monsters. Otacon thought these universes were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but for some reason had begun randomly intersecting. That was how the Olga we knew became switched with an Olga from a parallel universe, and how the monster came to be in ours. And Otacon warned that phenomenon seemed to be progressing as we spoke. But if his theory was correct, we were in big trouble. For example, it was possible that in an hour I might switch with another version of myself from a different universe. Otacon might have already been switched with a different Otacon. But what would happen to us if we would switch to a universe, say, where the moon was about to collide with the Earth or something? It was simply impossible to predict what might happen next. Fortunately, the moon hadn't smashed into us yet, or at least not in our universe. Of course, it didn't guarantee it would be safe tomorrow. How's the analysis of the VR system coming? Otacon shook his head. I'm not getting anything at all. Otacon looked sick when he heard Olga had said that the VR system was the root of the problem. He told me that the Copplethorne engine, the heart of the new VR system, was a quantum computational device designed by Dr. Copplethorne. But the principles behind it remain unknown. He opened the housing, a little black box, and found nothing inside except some mysterious circuit, clattering gears, and what appeared to be some iron spheres. But somehow, it worked. That's probably why it was such a source of excitement for some people. Pseudoscience aficionados had examined the thing, but the only conclusion thus far had centered around the possibility that it made use of components from UFOs or artifacts from a lost civilization. Meaning nobody had figured out what made it tick. And what's more, nobody had ever seen this Dr. Copplethorne himself or herself either. So what was the connection between the mysterious VR system and the collision of the parallel universes? Olga said that the root of the problem was the VR system's peeking into other universes. But Mei-Ling had her own theory. The Copplethorne engine-based VR system wasn't simply constructing a virtual reality through its calculations. calculations, but managed to get around the walls separating the parallel universes, peering into parallel realities that satisfied certain requirements, and incorporating that information into the VR system virtual reality construct. Perhaps that observation and interference was creating a disturbance in the parallel universes. Nice. Fukushima used Copplethorne name in most of his work. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I forget. Was it like in the main story in Ghost Babel? I don't remember. Maybe one of the many little side things in it. Well, that makes sense. But that wasn't all, said Mei-Ling. Perhaps Olga was searching for the Gurlagon because it was the cause of the distortion among the parallel universes. The Gurlagon had become the fulcrum around which space had warped, and if that was true, there would be no way to stop the distortion without getting rid of the Gurlagon itself. And for that reason, we continued searching for the Gurlagon. We lost all trace of the monster and hadn't made any further progress into analyzing the VR system. But the disturbance of the parallel universes might well be continuing. It was possible that some of the universes might even be in peril. And it was equally possible that that our universe could follow the same path moments later. We were completely frazzled. Suddenly, Mei-Ling spoke. If killing Gurlagon will make things right, there might be a way. What do you mean? Otacon raised his face and Mei-Ling began her explanation. Oh, it's one of Mei-Ling's calls. Nice. If it's true that the VR system can interfere with other parallel universes, why not try killing Gurlagon within the VR system? That could mean we're actually killing the original Gurlagon and the Gurlagon in our universe could disappear. Isn't that just a little too extreme? Objected Otacon, to which Mei-Ling shot back. We can't just sit back and stare at the photo, we have to do something, you agree with me, right Snake? I'm not sure, I answered. The logic seemed extreme no matter how I looked at it. But at the same time, I had the feeling that I'd end up doing it anyway. Doing something for the sake of doing it wasn't the answer. But I had to agree, we still hadn't come up with a solution to the problem. A few hours later, I squared off against Gurlagon inside the VR system. Which one is it gonna be? The end of the survival, maybe? Or... Yep, the end of the survival. Hold on guys, let me get some water. Mei-Ling suggested Gurlagon in real life will disappear if Gurlagon is defeated in VR. I thought her logic was too radical, but I ended up facing Gurlagon in VR. That's weird, because usually you face Gurlagon as Raiden, right? That means no disguise. Maybe we'll get to porn. Oh well. Oh, I should have hidden behind the thing. Alright, let's defeat Gurlagon with porn. That still works, right? These following VR missions dictate if the line is omitted. What happens if I quit now? I'm afraid I might quit the whole freaking snake tail. So, does that happen? Because I'm kind of curious what happens if I quit now. Let's see what Bad Humans has to say before we do anything, because he knows this stuff. The Fox engine died, but Copplethorne engine came out on top? Thanks, Copplethorne engine. The basis for the idea of Death Stranding. Wait, what? Should I? What happens? I kind of want to see. I should have saved during a text part. I think this is actually exiting the snake tail, though. Maybe. Fuck it. Damn, we should have tried it. Maybe we'll do another quick run of this. That from Nosebleed. Nah, we don't get the little VR victory music. Gurlagon defeated, we turned the VR system off, but somehow I still wasn't convinced. I removed the headset and spoke to Otacon. So, do you think we really did it? Otacon shrugged. Looked like he felt the same way I did. Just then, Mei Ling said, "Of course the mission has succeeded." I saw a wicked smile on her face. "We've just lost the only way to restore the parallel universe to normal." "What did you say?" I said, rising from the seat. Mei Ling responded, "There's no question that the Gurlagon was a singularity that represented the warp in the parallel universes. But the only way to restore space as we know it wasn't destroying the singularity. The solution was to capture the singularity." Oh, the solution was to capture the singularity, perform a counter-unitary conversion via Coplethorne engine, thereby dispersing the wave function to its state before convergence. Mei Ling continued, her voice full of satisfaction. "Anyway, disappearance of the singularity means the disappearance of the only method to restore space too." "Who are you?" Mei Ling sneered at Otacon's cry. "To borrow Olga's words, I'm not the Mei Ling you know. But no hard feelings, okay? I was just following someone's orders to complete a certain objective." "Someone? Who?" I asked her back. "My husband," Mei Ling replied sweetly. "I believe he's called Solidus in your universe." "Solidus!" We screamed without thinking. Mei Ling slowly pointed at a wall and said, "Oh, speak of the devil." Just then, the wall exploded, debris poured from the gap, dust enveloped the area, and Solidus Snake, clad in a power suit, stood in the middle. Solidus said to Mei Ling, "Kept you waiting, huh?" Fuck. No. Fucking Solid. It's an alternate universe, Solidus. It's Solidus who says, "Kept you waiting, huh?" "Honey!" Mei Ling threw herself into Solidus' arms. "Which ones?" I dove for Solidus. He fired a missile from his snake hand. A dazzling flash, an explosion. I was thrown against the wall. I lost consciousness momentarily. By the time I managed to get to my feet, I saw Solidus cradling Mei Ling and escaping through the hole and just blown in the wall. I kind of wanted to see Otacon's wall of text, but whatever. Wait. Oh, there's still more. There's way more. Holy shit, 19 pages. In the end, I couldn't keep up with Solidus. Otacon and I discussed what to do next as we stood in our half-destroyed hideout. If they were telling the truth, we just lost the way to restore the balance of the parallel universes. But there had to be something we could do. Finally, Otacon spoke. "What about Olga?" It wasn't a bad idea. Olga would run into a big shell, seemed to have a good grasp of the situation. She might be able to come up with some kind of solution. There was just one problem. Where could she be? I told Otacon my concerns, and he nodded with confidence. "I have an idea. You know what? I should have used the freaking tanker bottle. That brief moment that she actually appeared in gameplay here, they should have used the tanker bottle. Make it even more, detached from Big Shell in the universe. That would have been neat, actually. But instead, they used the Big Shell model. So, what's your Wait, what? "So, what's your skill?" asked Otacon. "A beautiful..." Wait, what? Huh? How did they go from this to fortune? Am I missing something? I told Otacon my concern and he nodded with confidence. "I have an idea. They're trying to look for Olga, right?" "Oh, okay. It's like scene change. They're like hiring people." "So what's your skill?" asked Otacon. A beautiful black woman with a slender build was sitting in front of us. She was too cheerful. She laughed far too often. "I've got like really good luck." "Good luck? Is that a skill?" "You betcha." Somewhat dismissively, I watched Otacon continue questioning the applicant. Otacon had placed an ad entitled, "Wanted, Gurlagon search team members," in the city's main newspaper the other day. Let's catch the mysterious monster with our own hands. We have credible information about where the creature will appear. Experience a plus. Details to be discussed during an interview. It's Happy Fortune from a different universe. Unbelievably, but a few people have shown up. We already met with more than 10 people. There was still no sign of Olga. We'll contact you later. I really look forward to hearing from you. The woman stood up, gave him a big smile, and left. It's Fortune, but she's happy. I said to Otacon, "Do you really think this is going to work? She has to be on the lookout for information about Gurlagon. She'll show up." But all we've gotten so far are weirdos, like that old man whose skill was backflips and sliding, and this was the president, reference to the president. Yeah, he was funny. Hey, obviously Otacon was getting a kick out of the whole scene. Relax, let's wait a little bit longer. Next, yelled Otacon. The door opened. Lo and behold, in walked Olga. Back in the remains of our hideout, we explained the situation to Olga. After hearing... Oh yeah, he's not the president, it's just... But I mean, it's a reference to the president backflipping in the game. After hearing a full account, Olga told us that there was still a way out. It's true that the Gurlagon singularity might have been erased, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the singularities in all the parallel universes have been. A glimmer of hope flashed through Otacon's eyes. You mean there are other singularities? Most likely, but their forms and locations in the parallel universes are unknown. They won't be easy to find. We have some data about Gurlagon. If we analyze its patterns, scan the vicinity of the strange attractor with VR, maybe we can... Otacon and Olga continued their technical discussion. The end result, said Otacon, was settling on a method to find singularities of other parallel universes by continuously and finally adjusting the wave function parameters of the VR system to mimic the unique pattern generated by a singularity. In other words, it looked like it had to make it through a series of VR constructs. Preparations were made faster than I expected. I returned to the seat of the VR system. Otacon said, "I'll tell you as soon as I locate a singularity. Until then, I want you to continue clearing VR stages. But be careful, I don't think Solidus will take this sitting down. You might run into traps, stay alert." Otacon initialized the VR system. Virtual reality spread before my eyes. Get the goal being discovered. Okay, sneaking. Gone. Oh god. So, damn, I forgot to save again. I guess there's no choice but to exit here. Yep, it is. It is almost 8 p.m. here, so we get. Oh, because it also changes in the snake tails. Right. Look at any singularities? I asked Otacon. No, not yet. I echoed Otacon's voice through the VR construct. Let me try a different setting. I'm getting ready. Hold on a minute. I was left alone in virtual reality. You must have figured out how to find singularities using VR, Snake, but you won't find one. Boomed the voice suddenly from out of nowhere. It was Solidus. I called Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know, I detected him from my end too. He's hacking into the VR system, but he hasn't gotten full control yet. Let's hurry into the next VR construct. Are you ready? A new VR space spread in front of my eyes. Handgun level 3. Okay. Luckily we don't have to worry about combos too much. Although we are comboing pretty nicely.
Congrats, Snake.
Fuck it, let's just do it normally until it is actually time to really quit. How are you doing, Otacon? I asked. Empty air. Otacon's voice answered. We're getting a lot closer. I'll get ready for the next setting. As soon as I nodded, I heard Mei Ling's voice. They're doing a lot better than we expected, aren't they? Indeed, we better change our strategy. We're gonna have to somehow block the singularity so they can't get any closer. Answer Solidus' disembodied voice. How about using them? It's too dangerous. Even if they did stop Snake, it'd be pointless if the whole world was destroyed in the process. Using them. True enough. Using them has to be our last resort. Everything is in your hands, honey. Using them? Oh my god. Who could they be talking about? Their voices were a lot clearer than before. They were definitely getting closer. I yelled at Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know, their intrusion is progress and we have to find the singularity before they get full control. Let's go. How about using them? This probably, the first, even before MGS3, the first, response to Raiden Backlash, Raiden Rose. That's who they're talking about. Using Raiden and Rose. No, the world would be destroyed. Take out all enemies, get to the goal. Oh, eliminate all. Okay. I don't even need to read these. We have a suppressor too. Oh fuck, there's game over in sight. I was just gonna punch him in the face. Oh, come on, I missed the dick. I should just shoot him in the fucking head. I don't think it really matters. If I don't... Oh, fuck hell, dude. I'm not being very patient at all. Now we don't have enough ammo for this. I made a fucking disaster of this mission. Oh, this is bad. Oof, okay.
Freeze.
World record right here. Oh wait, there's another guy? Oh, never mind. Just takes a while.
You know what you're doing.
Okay, I'm gonna save here. Wait, it might be too late though. Otacon, have you sighted a singularity? I asked from inside the VR. I'm picking up a reaction. Hurry to the next goal. Honey, Snake is... I heard Mei Ling click her tongue. I heard it as if she was whispering to me. Solidus answered. I know. It may be time to use them. Get ready. Roger that. I heard Otacon's excited voice. Come in, Snake. Solidus is taking control of the VR system. We don't have much time. Let's begin. Hold on, let me save. Because it's time to use them. Hey, Sniping Cody, thanks for the 16 months. We're already... Who is it? Who is it? Oh, it's still Snake. Okay. What if I leave now? I stopped the VR system. As I removed the headset, Otacon yelled at me. Snake, what are you doing? I just didn't feel like it. What are you talking about? Do you realize the trouble we're in? We're doing it again. I replaced the headset on my head. Otacon took control of the system. The VR simulation began again. Okay, so that's what happens if you quit before that. Okay, it doesn't actually quit the snake tail. Nice. What even is this mission? Oh, just sneaking, okay. Please, let me out.
Freeze.
Sneaking with the M9. Easy mode. That's why we're gonna get caught now. Because I said it's easy. Okay.
Congrats, Snake.
There was nothing there. There was no light, no sound, no feeling of temperature or even height. Was this a singularity? I called Otacon, but it was Solidus who answered. You're in what's called, how can I put this so you can understand it, a gap between parallel universes. Solidus, what are you trying to do? Why are you trying to destroy the universe? I screamed. Destroy? Don't be stupid. This is a correction, back to how things should be. What do you mean? I don't know who created the Copplethorne engine, or where or when, or even why, but my guess is that it was designed as a part of a grid computing system spread between the parallel universes. Grid computing, I heard the term from Otacon. It was a technique for creating a network supercomputer with massive computational abilities by connecting numerous servers. If one could be built spanning across countless parallel universes, it would be possible to obtain near limitless computing power. But when the universe-spanning Copplethorne engine was applied to the VR system, it became a device for controlling possibility itself, Solidus continued. Controlling? That's correct. When a VR system using the Copplethorne engine is instructed to build a virtual reality having given a set of conditions, it selects a group of universes having the potential to satisfy those conditions from among a still indefinite amount of parallel universes that still have wave functions that have not converged. It then presents these as the VR construct you see before you. What you call VR training is nothing less than external observation of and interference with that group of parallel universes. I recall the bizarre sensation of possessing another person's body when I was engaged in VR training. I suppose that was a sensation of interfering with another universe. Solidus' voice echoed. When you go through VR training, your actions within virtual reality are reflected in a set of corresponding universes. The resulting interference simultaneously acts as observation with regards to a group of still indefinite parallel universes besides the one that is receiving the interference. That means that the possibilities of the universe converge onto the conditions corresponding to the actions that you took. For example, let's say that you just killed an enemy soldier within the VR simulation. That means that the universe containing the killed soldier was observed and made definite. In other words, universes where that soldier had not been killed lose their indefinite potential and are erased from existence. Solidus continued. The only universe permitted to exist in the end is the one that doesn't contradict the actions you took in the VR simulation. Do you realize what this means? When your game is over in the VR system and you try again, the potential for existence for that very universe is denied and eliminated as never having existed. That means that every single time you replay the game, an uncounted number of universes are destroyed. I was in total shock. The disturbance of the parallel universes you've seen is a distortion generated by external interference. I suppose you could see it as the death cries of the universes have been killed off. Every time you quit the game, every time you continue, every time you exit, you're just destroying that universe. You're denying its existence. Yeah. I know that Mei-Ling has destroyed many universes thus far. 500 or so. The singularities are a condensed form of that distortion. I had a flashback of Olga, the Gurlagon, and Mei-Ling. If this disturbance had really been caused by external interference, that means my own universe is receiving interference from VR systems in other universes? Of course. Have you ever felt like your body wasn't your own? Like you took an unexpected action after the fact? Or you were able to do something you didn't think was possible? That's because of interference from other universes. See, this is where it gets super meta, because our universe is included in these, right? What if there was a device? Perhaps the reason you were able to topple Shadow Moses is because of a helping hand for someone in another universe. Solidus' laugh echoed through space. Through my research into parallel universes, I learned that I was killed many times in different worlds. I decided to protect myself. I refuse to recognize any universe where I am killed, and that's why I decided to make things right with the VR system. I interfere with other parallel universes using the VR system and control them such that I won't die there. I don't care how much of a disturbance I create or how many contradictory universes are eliminated. The only thing that's important is my survival, period. That's crazy. Do you really have the right to criticize me? Haven't you refused to recognize your own failures within a VR simulation but retrying a level again? This hits hard, man. This is the reason that sometimes, you know, we do no save or, you know, like Iron Man permadeath runs of games. This hits hard. First 4 lines. Haven't you refused to recognize your own failures within a VR simulation by retrying a level again? So the line, do you have the right to criticize, would not be there if you didn't fail or retry one of those last 4 VR missions. Did I really fail? I'm trying to remember now. Did I fail any of them? Oh yeah, the game over on site. That's right, that's right. There's a freaking game over on site. Oh. But I really like this line though, because this actually makes me want to do it in real life too, you know? Sometimes I will fire up a game and play, and if I die, I just quit. And I quit, and then maybe I come back after a few days to it. There's something to doing everything in one go without failing it. That's extremely satisfactory when you're not trying over and over and over, you know? I do that with games that I know well. Like I do that with Deus Ex, I do it with Gothic, I do it with Metal Gear games, of course. And if I die, I just take it and I quit, you know, and I go do something else. It's really really satisfactory, actually. So he's right. I'm glad we got this line. Do you really have the right to criticize me? Haven't you refused to recognize your own failures within a VR simulation by trying a level again? So I just laughed at my lack of comeback. This conversation is over. I won't give up the singularity, and I can't let you restore the universes that I have corrected. So I'd like you to stay here forever, hissed Pat. You're going to regret forcing me to break the seal. They will be here soon. A loathsome unit, and famous in uncountable universes, hated and feared by all. Yeah, man, this is it. This is it before MGS3, before Rykov, before all the comments and MGS3's, you know, subtext a lot of people miss. This is it. This is already starting. Nice, nice. They will be here soon, loathsome unit. And famous in uncountable universes, hated and feared by all. Their presence alone has the ability to destroy a world. They are children of darkness, of whom is focused combined hate of the entire universe. The Princess of Hell and the Prince of Chaos. Allow me to introduce Rose and Jack. Dazzling light enveloped everything. So this is already commentary on people's reaction to Raiden and Rose. Oh shit. Oh, here's the silly music. That's where it's from. Jack, Earth Jack, Rose leaned over the table. She got her head and looked into my eyes. We're Jack now. What's wrong? He looked out of it. I gently stroked Rose's hair. Oh, I was enchanted by your eternal beauty. Very funny, Jack. Rose became as bashful as a little girl. I'm being serious. Now, this is actual music from the game. The silly music for the silly things going on now. Louis with the 81, thank you. Second-hand GPUs of the Patriots. Yeah, they're coming down in price, finally. Rose touched my hand. You remember what day tomorrow is? What, March 21st? Yeah, of course. It's the luckiest day of my entire life. The day that I met you, I said. Wrong. Really? Yep. Rose puffed out her cheeks. I'm sorry. I think of how lucky I am to have met you every day, so I always think of the anniversary as being right around the corner. That doesn't exactly make sense, but I'm happy to hear anyway. Smiled Rose. By the way, your mission this time is to defuse all bombs. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling for me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, that's always a trap. Wake up. The princess of... What is it? they call it? The Princess of Darkness and the Prince of Chaos. Hated and feared by all. Who is this guy? Defuse all. We just get the VR mission thing here. Really cute, easy peasy missions we're writing. Not here, maybe. Playing as Raiden and Snake Tails. We're supposed to quit, but if we keep going for a while, you know, there'll be more. What the fuck? That guy was asleep. There'll be more dialogue about it. Oh god. So, was it originally Fukushima's idea to have all the commentary about, you know, Raiden being hated? Huh. Oh, what the fuck? Where is it here? Interesting.
Situation is normal. All clear.
And Raiden's missions are like very easy or something. Where is this one? Here? Oh, I might actually be in there in the room. Oh, hello. I'm not a particularly well-known giver of fucks right now. I can probably stun these guys easily. Damn it. I thought he would go down too. Oops, where the fuck did I just aim? Come on, slap him in the dick. Well, that guy didn't have a dick, I guess. Oh, I do have to. Holy shit, 109 rounds. So, this freaking. Oh, it was here. I was dumb to leave.
Good work, Raiden.
The next stage or exit. Next stage. I'm smack in the middle of the battleground on a mission. The roar of cannons and gunfire punctuate the darkness. Conditions are unbelievably harsh this time around. No one on either side is without injury, and the bodies of the dead lie sprawled everywhere. It's hell on earth. I instinctively duck, feeling a bullet could cut through the air inches away. Just then, the codec rings. It's Rose. You want to... Jack? What happened to the mission? I'm in the middle of it. Oh, that's right. What is it? Rose hesitated for a moment before she spoke. Jack, I need to talk. Talk? Yes, it's very important. I will talk about it tomorrow. Why is she telling me now about something she wants to discuss tomorrow? Confused, I put the question to her. Why not now? Rose eagerly said. Alright, I'll tell you, Jack. I'm carrying... A heavy silence filled the air. Finally, Rose seemed to make up her mind. I think I'm gaining more weight. I'm getting glove handles. What should I do? What should you do? I didn't notice at all. Really? But my old skirt is getting kind of tight on me. If it really bothers you that much, why don't you start working out? I'll even join you if you like. That's great. How about jogging? Oh, before I forget, your mission this time is to hold up all the enemies and get to the goal. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling me far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, get out of Solidus's trap. This is your hint that you should quit. But let's see more, you know, Raiden and Rose silly little scenes. At one point, it will start repeating and then we'll quit. In the middle of a battlefield, I think I gained love handles.
Freeze!
MGS2, okay.
Nice work.
Rose and I were having dinner at a Riverside restaurant. Rose was beautiful this night, as usual. A bit of wine had made her already cute cheeks all rosy. Just as the main dish was being served, the Colonel ran up to the table. Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday. Colonel, what's wrong? Were you abducted by aliens again? The Colonel became upset. Aliens? What the hell? There's no such thing as aliens. I highly disapprove. What is it then? Making a visible effort to calm himself, the Colonel began his story. Listen carefully. There's a barley field behind my house. Thursday night, I saw something, many things, flashing in there. When I went to the field in the next morning, I discovered that the stalks of barley had been flattened into huge circular patterns. They were very complex. What do you think? Huh? I was at a loss for words, but Rose answered on my behalf. You know, I think it's some kind of a message. The Colonel said in a shaky voice, I thought so. I guess I'll need some scissors then. Anyway, your mission this time is to destroy all the targets and head to the goal. Stay focused. My vision darkened just then. I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, you're cut and solid as a scrap. Get out of VR mode. This is really cute. Oh, I guess I'll need some scissors then. This is freaking PSG1 level. Okay. Fine. Come on. I guess we should have used exploding target, but whatever.
Jack, you're great.
Rose and I were taking a walk in the park early one afternoon. The sunlight filtered down through the treetops. We walked to a pond and sat down on the bench. As I put my arm around Rose, somebody jumped out of the pond with a odd squeal. It was Vamp. Pulling out a knife, he threw it directly at us. Protecting Rose with my body, I drew my gun and shot down the knife. I continued firing. This is why you should always conceal carry when you're out with your girlfriend, just in case Vamp totally comes out of nowhere and starts throwing knives at you. Imagine Raiden just in the park, concealed carrying. I continued firing. A bullet struck Vamp between the eyes, knocking him to the ground. But groaning slightly, he stood back up again. I heard Rose's trembling voice. I don't believe it. How? Licking a trickle of his blood with his long tongue, Vamp replied, I died once already. I can't die twice. Rose nodded. Well, I guess it can't be helped then. Squealing again, Vamp lunged toward the pond. Landing directly on the pond's surface, he ran across while yelling, Your mission this time is to take out all the enemies and get to the goal. Go, now! My vision dark. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, get out of VR, turn it off, exit! Oh, they just straight up tell you. My Glock is a tool of justice. This is too good. Take out all the enemies. Okay. Easy, we got a suppressed rifle. I died once already. I can't die twice. Rose nodded.
You're great.
Oh, fuck. Rose and I were watching a monster movie in her bedroom. Suddenly, the screen filled with static. Is it broken? When I got up from the bed, the static-filled television began to speak. Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here. Delali-lulelo, said Rose in shock. Delali-lulelo continued. Raiden, you want to know who we are, don't you? I jumped from the bed in surprise. The Lalilulelo let out something approximating a laugh. As you already know, we're not what you call human. But you know what? Toilets get all kinds of stains. Dry urine, yellow stains, water stains. They need constant cleaning. Don't you agree? What are you talking about? Just then, I heard another voice from the radio in spite of it being turned off. Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here. Tatty-too-ta-toe. Jack, it's the Tatty-too-ta-toe, shrieked Rose. The Tatty-too-ta-toe said, we have some advice for you about those yellow stains. First, lay some toilet paper over the stain. Then sprinkle on the detergent. Let it sit a few minutes and then scrub hard with the paper. What the? As soon as the words left my mouth, the answering machine began to speak. Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here. Irorani no heto? Oh no, Jack, why should we do? Rose held onto my arm. I held her as she trembled. The Irorani no heto said, make sure you pay attention to the ring inside the toilet. The urine sprays onto it. The Lalilulelo jumped in. Wear rubber gloves and use a sponge or a piece of cloth to rub dirty spots you can't reach with a brush. The Tatty-too-ta-toe continued. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use an old toothbrush. The Iro-hi-he no heto spoke up. Don't forget to wipe the outside of the toilet on the floor either. If you leave any urine stains behind, it'll smell later. I yelled the question. What in the hell does it have to do with who you are? Nothing, Lalilulelo yelled back. I was floored. So what's your point then? The three of them answered at the same time. Our point is very simple. The Lalilulelo said. This time, Tatty-too-ta-toe said. Your, the Irohani no Heto said. Mission is, Rose said, to get to the goal without being discovered. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, the voice seemed very familiar. Snake, get out of your turn off, exit. How to clean the toilet. Yeah, I was just wondering about that about humans, you know? So that's what it was before they changed to UAO. Okay, nice. That makes sense. Okay, this is just sneaking. Okay, this is where Raiden has an advantage because you can do this. With Raiden, you can just jump across.
Is there somebody there?
Much better.
Nice work.
It's probably gonna repeat now. Yep. This is the first one again. Do you remember what date tomorrow is? What, March 21st? We should play this on March 20th or something. Okay, that's it. And it's gonna be the bomb disposal again, I guess. Oh, but it's a different one. It's on the tanker. Does that mean that there's a limit to it? Bad humans, how many times have you repeated these? Oh, fuck. We gotta do exactly what we did earlier, Snake. Have you... I wonder if anybody's ever tried, but maybe just data mining it would do it, but... I wonder if... the loop ends at 8? Was that 8? Because I don't think we did 8. But we already got repeated dialogue, so... Oh shit.
Freeze!
We good? Did the bombs disappear? Let's see. Wait, the loop ends? Like, even if you keep continuing the missions, you can get away without exiting? Is that what you're saying? Oh, it's just the missions. You have to exit at one point, right? I don't, okay, so we just get 4 different missions, which isn't particularly interesting or anything. Because they're just VR missions. Yeah, it doesn't matter, let's just do it. Finally! It was enveloped in an overpoweringly bright light. The next moment, I was thrown into a huge space with a mysteriously lit floor surface. I could hear Otacon's voice. Snake, Snake, are you okay? I shook my head to clear a mild headache. It felt like I'd been dreaming for a long time. I have completely retaken control of the VR system from Solidus, said Otacon excitedly. That's good, so where's the singularity? I've found it, it's there, you're in the singularity. Now we can start returning the universe to normal. Just then, I felt something huge closing in from the front. Metal Gear Ray emerged from the darkness, and then a second one, then more, right after the others. Otacon screamed, it's Solidus' final attempt to stop us. I need a little more time to finish things on my end. Just hold on for a little bit. Metal Gear Ray units closed in. I squared off against them. I had to fight until Otacon finished his work. See, it makes sense. After that, we end up here in the VR arena, and that's the singularity. Nice, staying there on the floor. No cigarettes, damn it. Fighting Ray as a snake kinda sucks too, because the rolling is really hard, really slow, has a really long recovery time from it. So, kind of a pain to dodge things with Snake. Ah, we're back in the cool characters now. Fuck. Oh, I should have rolled, I guess. That was disappointing. Fuck. Oh, we got it. Oh, not the missiles. They suck. The snake. Oh, click. Now, I'm actually really glad that the Shagohod fight with the RPG is one of the lamest fucking fights in the series. Probably the lamest. Meanwhile, Rays are some of the craziest, most, technical, satisfying to do, and hardest boss fight. Which is not a coincidence, but let's just leave it at that. So yeah, I'm glad that we don't have the MGS2 nonsense, actually. That's really lame. Seriously, if you don't consider like Tengu's and their RNG, or if you don't consider Vamp's cheesy method, then Rays are the hardest boss fight in the series, probably. A Vamp could be up there too, but he has a cheese method. What is my opinion of Death Stranding? Meh. Kojima obviously wants to put his friends and actors in games. And that hasn't really helped us much. It's helped him. Oof. See, that's why it sucks. That would have totally worked right in. Dodging in that direction with a roll. Freaking Blue Point back at it with the wrong serial numbers. Even this, of course. Oh fuck. You effectively stop moving when you roll a snake. The riding keeps the momentum, so it's much easier to dodge shit with it. that was close. That's not that many. Shit, man. The next fight might be complete ass though, because yeah, fighting Solid as a snake is actually really hard. At least for me, because I'm used to, you know, you can't approach it the same way that you do as Raiden. It's just completely different. It's gonna be counterproductive. When I came to, I once again found myself in what Solidus had called the gap between the parallel universes. I heard Otacon's happy voice from somewhere. Snake, we did it! Everything went perfectly on my end. Space has begun to repair itself. Exactly like it was before. I spoke to thin air. You should be pulled into the universe soon, but it looks like the repairs are occurring sequentially. It could be some time before everything goes back to normal. Snake! Echoed Solidus' angry voice. There was a flash of light, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on top of the destroyed Federal Hall along with Solidus. Solidus drew his swords. I said, "Just stop, it's over. The universe is repairing itself." "No, it's not over. If I manage to kill you here, at least one universe where I survive will be made definite." "Stop it. There has to be another way. I'm returning to my universe. I had no intention of interfering with yours." "There's no reason for us to fight." But Solidus merely laughed at my words. Readying his swords, he fixed me with a piercing, menacing stare. "Enough talk. Fight me." Poor Solidus is just trying to save himself from all the different universes. Oh boy. Oh shit, I have no rations. Everything gets reset. So, okay, there's a ration here. And at least the difficulty isn't too high, so he takes quite a bit of damage. But fighting Solidus as a snake is complete ass. If you catch fire, you're screwed. You can't put it out like you can with the BDO instantly as Raiden. You don't have the sword, you don't have to dodge, or, you know, the cartwheel. Like I said, recovering from the roll takes ages. Usually I die from the fire when I fight Solidus' snake. The second phase actually becomes intimidating because there's fucking fire everywhere. You can't block, you can't, you know, stab him. I got lucky that he tried to use that slow attack there. Because usually when I do his Raiden, like you can roll in front of him like that. Okay, just barely. That fucking kick doesn't have range. Since it takes so long to recover from the roll, sometimes he can get me before I can do anything after dodging.
Is that the best you can do?
It's probably not as bad in the Snake Tail because it's probably set to normal. When you do the boss rush and you set it to hard, it's pretty bad. And we're still in the first phase. Of course, Raiden is better than Snake in so many aspects in gameplay. It's not even funny. Would I actually hit him? Okay, this is not too bad. Actually. I guess also because it's a boss survival. When you do the boss survival, it's a survival. So like you can end up there with not a lot of resources. Good work, Jack. But this is where it gets interesting. Wait, no, he doesn't say that. He could have just cut off the Jack and just be like, he does have Snake, so you could easily YouTube poop it to say, "Good job, Snake." Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Ooh, that reach. And the kick misses. Ooh, no fire, please. If I catch fire, it's gonna be really bad. And the kick misses every time.
Let's go.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you have to roll into him as he charges towards you. You can interrupt him. Soldiers tumbled from the roof of the Federal Hall. I threw my hand out for him, but got nothing but air. Soldiers' body fell in silence. I couldn't do anything but watch. The moment his body hit the ground, I was enveloped in a blindingly powerful light. When the light cleared, I found myself in the hideout. Otacon and Olga stood in front of me. Otacon raised his hand. "Hi, welcome back, Snake. Your return could mean that I'll be next to go," said Olga. "We'll miss you." Olga smiled gently. "I'll miss you too, but I have to go. There's somebody I want to You know what this means? This means that Otacon could have fucked Olga too. Well, yeah, they were waiting for Snake to do stuff. That's my headcanon. Which would make sense. That's why she died in our universe. Because Otacon probably fucked alternate universe Olga. There's somebody I want to see. You're a kid? Oh shit. Olga looked at me in surprise. What? I don't have any children. Not yet. She lowered her eyes as if embarrassed and said, "My husband is waiting for me." Husband? Otacon and I exclaimed in shock. That's right, in my universe... I quickly interrupted her. No, we're probably better off not knowing. It's Otacon. It's Otacon. Olga's married to Otacon in that universe. Which means Otacon is kind of Sunny's dad, after all. Yeah, it's all starting to make sense. Olga smiled broadly. A bright light enveloped her body, and she was gone. Otacon said sadly. She's gone. She's sad. Yeah, but now that I think of it, the snake standing in front of me seems different from the snake I know from my universe. It was just as Otacon said. In an uncountable number of parallel universes, there had to be some that were incredibly similar. We hadn't felt anything out of the ordinary, but it was possible that Otacon in front of me was a millimeter taller than the Otacon I knew. Or maybe he didn't like dogs. Perhaps his father was still alive. Fucking Huey. The memories we thought we shared might have been erased from existence, but there was no way to check for sure. As I stood engrossed in thought, Otacon extended his open palm. The snake in my universe owes me $100. Ignoring him, I said, the Otacon from my universe wouldn't be angry even if I told him I accidentally broke one of his action figure toys. Otacon's eyes widened in shock. What? Which one did you break? I let out a laugh. Soon both of us were laughing. We realized something. We might not have the same shared memories and perhaps would be going through to a different universe shortly. But one thing was clear. We were friends. The world filled with bright light. Otacon and I shook hands. Oh shit, the world filled with bright light. So it was happening. They were getting ported to different universes. Nice. I thought it was left to, like, you know, vague. But no, it did happen. It's not that they just accept it, because, you know, that would kind of mimic the ending of MGS2, that you don't know what's real, and then you just accept the reality that you're in, and you make your own, like, person in it. But it says here, the world filled with bright light, and Otacon and I shook hands, and then Snake came too, so that means they were different too, but they got ported back. When I came to, I was sitting in a chair in a hideout. I looked around the room. It was the same hideout as ever. There was no trace of the damage soldiers had caused. Had I returned just before the whole incident even happened? My path of vision crossed with Otacon, who was sitting across from me. Did we come back? Asked Otacon. Oh, maybe they went together, huh? Judging from his tone of voice, it seemed he'd been through a similar experience to mine. But there had to be an uncountable number of universes where nearly the same thing had occurred. I don't know if this Otacon had been in the same universe with me, and there was no way to check, but I didn't really care. The person sitting in front of me was Otacon. See, it's at the end you have to accept it. And it doesn't matter, you accept it. You make of it what you will. That's MGS2's ending. It's all over, said Otacon, stretching. Said something occurred to me, and I said, "Are you sure? What do you mean?" I just wonder if it's really over yet. I told Otacon about what I couldn't get out of my head. When I faced Solidus at the end, I really hadn't wanted to fight him, but I did fight him, and I killed him. It was as if I hadn't been in control of my own body. Solidus said Copplethorne engine and the VR system interfere with the parallel universes, but what if he was wrong? What if there was another device that allowed one to externally observe and interfere with a parallel universe? Something like a PlayStation 3. You're thinking too much, Otacon said, laughing it off. And anyway, he leaned towards me. Did you say you broke one of my action figures? Oh, I guess it was that, but then. No, I was just... Suddenly the door opened, and in walked Mei Ling. She looked like nothing happened to her at all. Hey, check this out. Mei Ling threw us a tabloid she'd brought with her. A monster big shell? As fucking Ginola now. What if there was another universe with another device?
About to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century.
We are the external
Not afford to
gazers.
play that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard.
Interfering with the universes. This relates to the VR theory, and MGS2 being VR, referring to the games as VR. It's not that there's a headset. You're using the console. Every game in the series, every game ever is VR, because they're all virtual realities. Insofar that they're a piece of software. That's what a lot of people don't seem to get. This is the best Snake Tale and has the greatest commentary on it. When people ask, is MGS2 VR? Of course it is. It's a piece of software. People just completely shut off the real life universe and just think in terms of the game reality, game universe, and game events in that universe. And that's wrong, because MGS2 constantly permeates between real life and the game universe, being itself a commentary on the fact that it's a piece of software in our universe. So ultimately, when people ask, is MGS2 VR? Yes. It's a piece of software. That's why when it refers to as, MGS1 as Raiden's VR training, or VR missions as VR training, or the tanker even as VR training. Yeah, because they're all software games that we play. Nice. There's still a couple endings for the others that we could do. But that was all. I really, really like this, because it plays straight into the game's main themes and theories, and references to the main game a lot more than the others, really. And then you get the silly little slice of life between Raiden and Rose with the meme silly music, and then the commentary on VR. And then Snake figuring out that he's a video game character. There's a device that's controlling our actions. Oh yeah, it's definitely my favorite. Like, I even reference it when I talk about the whole VR thing when you start as Raiden, in the main game. Because I utterly, completely refuse the theory that there is an in-game headset that Raiden puts on to experience his own version of Shadow Moses. No, that's taking it too literally, when the game is obviously instead trying to make a reference to real life and real universe where you play the game on a console. That's another one of the reasons I absolutely despise the digital graphic novels where you see just that. You see Raiden sitting down and putting on a VR headsets because, of course, the people who made that had no fucking idea what they were trying to reference, but whatever. Or if they did, they retconned the hell out of it for the sake of making a graphic novel. Either way, I refuse to believe that there's a headset. You know, this entire Snake Tale is about that. Every time they put on the headset, they're actually just playing the game. You know, they're in a different universe, and maybe, just maybe, there's another device that can do that. Of course, talking about the fact that the game itself is software. So I refuse to believe that MGS2's universe is completely shut off from our own, and they just have in-game, in-universe headsets for VR. No, right in the kernel, they're obviously talking about the player having played MGS1 and the tanker, if you have, and VR missions. So, and some people can't make that clear-cut distinction. Like, they can't go beyond the game's universe and think, oh, this is permeating into real life, you know? You could almost call it just a simple fourth wall breaking thing, but it's not that simple, because you'd be surprised, like, a lot of people don't even think about it. They just think of the game's universe as the game's universe and that's it. But we see time and again that Metal Gear universe not only permeates but pretends to be the real life universe with historical events, references, and things like that. So they're one and the same, and we just have a device to experience VR, you know? That's my take on it. It's a little maybe more extreme than some others, but that's the beautiful thing about MGS2, you know? I refuse to believe, even for a second, that was not the intention. That was definitely the intention. Not to keep the worlds separate, but to reference the real world. So, thinking that it is just an in-game VR headset, or sorry, in-universe VR headset that has nothing to do, is dumb. It has nothing to do with our universe. And this is exactly what you see at the end of External Gazer. So, definitely my favorite. Whoa. Okay. Oh, man. Dog is just ending MGS1. 8 hours? I guess he's been fumbling around a little bit. I thought it would take him 6 hours, or 5.5 even. Maybe he was doing extras, who knows. So, I was gonna host him, but, yeah. Hey, May, you wanna stream? You wanna give these poor people somewhere to watch some more Metal Gear? And I'm looking for somebody to host. I would host 3Dog, but he's literally at the end of MGS1 right now. There's no point. You guys would just be watching the credits. Oh, cool. Okay, May is gonna stream. You get a guaranteed raid. Some people. Let's do a boss survival. Why not? Or, well, we can't do skateboarding because this is, you know, the superior HD edition without it. But we can do boss survival. Let's see what I was talking about. I might die to Solidus in this. Snake is harder, and then hard difficulty, and then it's a survival. There's a very real chance I'll die to Solidus in this. Oh, fuck.
I've been with the unit since born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my
Well, it
parents.
doesn't really matter if you do non-lethal, I guess. But with Olga, you don't have choice.
We share everything. On the back.
Come on.
I have no one. Nothing except the unit. Nothing else.
Ready?
I'll go out of my way to pick up some supplies here, which I normally wouldn't do here. God damn it. Ah, fuck. Can't aim for shit. Why doesn't it include fortune? Oh man, doing fortune and snake without a box? That would suck, actually. Ah, feels good to finally have the M9 for this. Nutsack! Go to 6 months. Sorry, nutsack. I'm sure that's just an unfortunate coincidence. Thank you. Fuck, I keep missing double shots. Snake's heels are glitched again. Look at that shit. Can you like come here? No? Okay. Oh no. Ah. Where the fuck did he put it? Oh. It's starting to get a little crowded here with bombs. Where the fuck is this one? Oh, it's just on that side. Just punching fat man is just a bad idea. I want to get the ration here because we're gonna need it for other stuff. What is it out here? fuck, I almost missed that one. Probably gonna take about 15 minutes for all the bosses. Which is actually not a lot when you think about it. Maybe a little less, maybe like 12. I don't know. We'll see. I might die to Solidus though. They put it right into the Kasaka. No, there's nobody in there. There's Otacon. I just wasted a bunch of time to shoot Otacon. Oh well. What are the differences between the USB and the SOCOM in real life? Holy shit, man. I could go on for a while. Yeah. I'm a little busy right now. Because that's one of the things I would definitely get distracted talking about. But basically, the Mark 23s are way oversized, overbuilt USB, which in itself is already a way overbuilt gun. And the Mark 23 is only 45, the USB is a 9, 40, 45. The biggest difference as far as functionality is that the Mark 23 has a separate decocker from the safety, but the USB has a safety decocker in one control. And then of course the size. It depends on type of USB you get, the barrel length, the threaded barrel, the finish, the markings. This is boss survival. So like my health, my ammo, my rations, they're all shared as I go through the bosses. So just do one boss after the other. And then there's so many different kinds of USB that some of them have some features from the Mark 23, some don't. As far as the game, obviously the Snake's USB is a 9mm, but the game doesn't care about that. You just get 3 more rounds, and that's it. Oh fuck, we're close to finishing. If I didn't try to shoot Otacon, it would have done already.
I'll let you go out in style.
Oh, and of course, price. The Mark 23 is almost exactly double the price of a USB. Yeah, we're gonna finish these bosses, and then we'll host mailing. I mean, you can already start your stream so that you can have people, you know. Fuck it. Please. Oh, Snake's ass doesn't shake when you do this compared to Raiden. Unacceptable. Yeah, Snake's ass is flat compared to Raiden's here. Which is weird, because it usually should be the opposite. Oh fuck, this is gonna be close. Super close. I guess I should mention another difference is the rail and the lamb, of course. He put in the mag the other way. Oh, the bullets in the mag. Oh yeah, the HK meme. Okay, so Tengus have to be approached completely differently because there's nobody else here. We're alone. And Snake's hitboxes are different. And the Tengus are like all over the place. So, oh, come on. Whoa. Eat shit. You stinger them. Okay, then. Oh, fuck. Their AI doesn't activate until you get closer, so we can cheese it by being back here. Yeah, it's probably gonna take 15-ish minutes. These 4 rations, I'm probably gonna cut through most of these. Getting to Solidus, and then Solidus might take another couple. God damn it. Shoot him in the dick. How miserable is this with no kills? It's pretty similar, actually. Doesn't really matter. You have enough M9 ammo, there's ammo everywhere here. See, Raiden can tiptoe over this thing, and Snake can't. Even though Snake has a taller hitbox, he's shorter when you tiptoe. So he's like worse in every way. Yo, it's Casey3 Dogs with the 93 months. Thank you. What an asshole. Thing I had to learn the hard way is that Snake's hitbox and the save zones here are completely different. So instead of going where we always go here, which kind of maybe they want you to because there's a ration. So that makes sense. It's like you don't get a rifle. You gotta get a rifle for this. This spot is really useful in this, but not usually in the game, you know. Would I like to see a live-action Metal Gear movie? No. It's gonna be cringe as fuck. Name one good video game movie. One. But apparently somewhat happening. And I don't know how many times they're gonna bring it up until they cancel it. But nice. Dog raid. I was literally about to raid Dog, but you know, I saw that he was about to end and I didn't raid him. And now Mei Ling is gonna get 3 Dog raiders too. So that's perfect. We just did all the snake tails, guys, and I was just taking a couple of extra minutes to do a boss survival. But we literally just did all the snake tails. Five rations, dude? I don't think I'm gonna go through 5 rations for Solidus. Come on. There might even be another one here. Like, maybe I already picked it up. Oh, come on. Damn it. But that's another thing Raiden's cartwheel can do that Snake can't. Because you're effectively jumping off the ground, right? So you can dodge that machine gun fire that way. What the shit? Of course. Little fuck was trying to use the water cutter again. Aim. Aim! You must be aims! Okay. Oh, the guy's dead already. Late. I said it would take 15 minutes. Let's do 20. Close. You can sting yourself in the face if they're too close like that with their arms. Ooh, bad position. That would have been really bad without a ration. Damn. But I kind of asked for it by shooting them in a weird spot that was nearby. And so they jumped nearby. Oh, you're dead already. Soldiers is a lot harder. Not just because of the sword, but because of Snake's roll, Snake's kick. You don't have the BDU. And yes, of course, you don't have the sword. But you don't have the cartwheel, you don't have the BDU, you don't have the block, you don't have the same range, slapping and kicking. So it's a lot different. If you catch fire as Snake, you're kind of screwed.
Let's go.
I'm surprised I could do this right now. Because usually I end up rolling in front of him and he attacks me before I can attack him. Ooh, that was close. Almost happened there. Because Snake takes forever to recover from that roll. Okay. You had enough of my shit. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. You have no choice but just take the damage to the face when you catch fire. Do something. Open with a stick. Come on, do something. Oh, here we go again. There's gonna be fucking fire everywhere. The main problem is when you're trying to dodge, not to end up in the fire when you do that. Especially if we let him sprinkle fire everywhere. Oh fuck, yeah, like that. And fuck for the rations. Because we're just, you know, this is fine. The alternative is to do this and get him before he can really put fire everywhere, but it's slow. Like it only does, and it's still dead enough.
Let's go.
That little fire was enough to fuck me over. And it just does so little damage. And you gotta wait for him to, like, recover from it every time. I guess it's the safest way to do it, though. Oh.
What's wrong with you?
If it didn't take an hour to recover from the roll, you know? Oh shit, that was close. And then kick misses. I hate when this shit happens. It's so frustrating.
Let's go.
Okay, well, he did cut through a couple of my rations. Oh, what the fuck am I doing?
Best you can do.
Ah, damn it.
Take this.
Don't catch fire, please. Oh, finally. Alright. Took 20 minutes instead of 20. I mean 15, but whatever. Alright. Why not? Let's see. Everybody, thanks for watching. If you were here for the Snake Tales, you know, go watch the VOD or whatever. It was a lot of fun. I haven't done it in a while because it's a lot of reading. It's hard on my voice and my breath and my lungs and some people's attention span, to be completely fair. But yeah, we're done today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll be back. Do more Metal Gear stuff. I want to do some story runs. I want to do some messing around with maybe the developer save and some challenge stuff soon. And then towards the end of the month, you know, we'll have the big 5-day marathon as well. So thanks for being here, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Black Rose Knight, thank you so much for your Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. Put Rules, thanks for the 63 months. I just noticed. Hope you're still there. Let's go raid Melee now. Why not? He is discovering the many beautiful aspects of the Fox engine. So, see you guys. Thanks for watching.